All managers are here except managers Blixt and Shackleton. Is there anyone here who wishes to address the board on a matter that is either not on the agenda or that is on the consent agenda? Seeing no hands, the next item is approval of the agenda. Is there a motion to get this before us?
Move approval.
Second.
Motion second. Any discussion or changes? There is one thing I would like to do, and that is to move, because of consultant, move the item for Mr. 12.1, the public opinion survey results, and assuming that the consultant arrives, we'll take that right before action items, so between 10 and 11. Anything else? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Agenda is approved. We have introduction of new staff this evening.
President White, managers, I am pleased to introduce to you Sarah Fellows, our new education coordinator, who has been with us on a part-time basis since mid-March as she finishes up her master's degree work and her research assistant duties at the University of Minnesota. Sarah will start with us full-time on Monday, May 18th. So welcome, Sarah.
Yay.
Good evening, Board of Managers. Thanks for having me. So as Kelly said, I'm working on, just finished my master's. I actually defended 2 weeks ago and finished up from North Carolina originally, and did my undergrad degree in natural resource policy at North Carolina State University. And again, just finished my master's at the U in natural resource science and management. I came here specifically to go to the U to work with my advisor, Dr. May Davenport, and I think that's one of the most valuable things that I bring to this education coordinator position is my research experience and working with May on several projects involving communities and stormwater management and other environmental issues. And I'm very excited to work with a organization that's so innovative and responsive towards its communities and really understands its community needs. Thank you.
Welcome, Ms. Fellows.
Welcome. Good luck.
Ms. Dudley?
Board of Managers, Manager White, or President White, excuse me. The Research and Monitoring Department have 3 new assistants for this summer. Mulu Fratkin, Andrew Edgecombe, and Andy Swanson. And they will introduce themselves, talk about what they're doing in our department. So.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mulu Fratkin. I graduated from Macalester College in May with a degree in human geography. And in the fall, I got a chance to volunteer with the Water Quality Department. And I really enjoyed what I did there, and so I decided to apply for the summer position. And I was fortunate enough to get the job. And so I'm super happy to be here as I try to kind of transition into a career in the water resource management field.
Perfect.
Welcome.
Yeah, good luck.
I went to Macalester and took geography from David Landengren.
Yeah, I took a lot of it too.
Quickly, Mulu has been working with Bree Haugen on the lakes. So.
My name's Andrew Edgecombe. I'm with the AIS team. I'm currently working on finishing my thesis project from Mankato State in aquatic ecology, working with native mussels and freshwater drum. So that's what I'm currently working on that. And before this, I worked with the DNR with the native mussel program, but I'm looking forward to learning more about the AIS field. So that's why I'm happy to be here.
Thank you, Mr. Edgecombe.
Thank you.
Welcome.
I like the shirt. Is
Yeah.
that, do we require uniforms for people that are out in the field? Good. That's a
He's
good.
just dressed to impress.
Oh, okay.
Board of Managers, President Wright. My name is Andy Swanson. I am a new hire with the Water Quality Department. I have been focusing on streams so far. I graduated from UMD in this May of 2014 with a degree in environmental studies and GIS. During my undergrad, I was also working with the MPCA, doing a lot of water quality monitoring with them along the North Shore of Minnesota and the Lake Superior watershed. So I'm excited to be here. I'm excited to continue working out in the field and being outside in the beautiful watershed district we have here in Minnehaha. And yeah, I'm just excited to be a part of the team and keep learning as I progress here.
Thank you, Mr. Swanson. Welcome.
Yeah, good luck.
Florida Manager, Manager Miller, we actually do have a field code for outerwear when we go out in the field, and
Oh,
field
terrific.
staff can wear the field shirts that you see, but they don't have to.
Thank you. We have in our packet 3 information items. They are the Research Monitoring Department Water Quality Program 2014 Water Quality Report, the Ecosystem Evaluation Program Update, and the Earth Day Photo Contest Update. Under the consent agenda, we have approval of the minutes of April 23rd and item 7.1, which is resolution 15-044, authorization to execute an agreement with KC Consulting to plan and implement 2015 Minnehaha Creek cleanup. Mr. Smith.
Madam Chair, the minutes of April 23rd, a wise person has pointed out, is missing a phrase or a line at line 77. So I guess we should pull that for first approval.
Okay, thank you. Is there a motion to approve the consent item for resolution 15-044?
Move approval.
Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
I didn't ask for discussion, but aye. Under Board Committee and Task Force report, the first one is for me, the President's report. I attended the Shallow Lakes Forum on April 25 at the Arboretum. This was, I think, the second year for the Shallow Lakes Forum. It was very well attended, and I thought it was an excellent program. I was particularly impressed with the way that it proceeded from general to specific in a very logical way, and thought it had a lot of information both for old hands and people who were less familiar. It's co-sponsored with a number of watershed districts and WMOs and cities, and the Freshwater and the Arboretum, maybe the Soil Water Conservation District, I can't remember. So it's a big program, very well done. I noticed on our CAC liaison that we have a blank spot for the October CAC, and I would like to ask Manager Rognes to fill in as the liaison to the October CAC. One final item is that Ms. Schaufler of our staff is working to schedule a district tour sometime in June for the board, CAC, and staff all in one day. And I believe she will be sending out an email to managers to ask for date preferences of the dates she selected, and then see if she can work out the best arrangement for us and for the CAC and for staff. So be watching for that email. Next is the Operations and Programs Committee report. Manager Olson.
Well, I'm not going to get too detailed on this because there were 6 out of 7 managers present, so we're pretty much up to speed. But we did cover the creek cleanup and the plan for this year. And we also discussed with Lars the possibility of putting together a consolidated project status report, not involving a ton of work, but more or less reporting what we currently do, so that the committee can observe at a glance the status of the projects. Next thing on the agenda is another report. Okay, the CAC last night met, and they were presented with the groundbreaking at Cottageville Park for the project out there. They also went through presentations about the sanitary pond project up in Long Lake and the Christmas Lake results of the effort for zebra mussel control. Then they went into a very long evaluation of projects that were up for recommendation. 2 of them were sent back for review. The rest of them did pass. And It was roughly 5 projects worth around $45,000. And they also were pretty enthusiastic about helping us out with the creek cleanup in terms of having one of the education booths in their charge. So hopefully they'll be involved with that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other managers who have reports of events or meetings that they've attended we'd like to report back on? Under the upcoming meeting and events schedule, I don't think there are any questions. Do we have any to add, Manager Calkins?
I was reminded that the Policy and Planning Committee meeting for May 21st is going to be what's being called the self-assessment. It's related to the development of the comprehensive plan, and we will be discussing and seeking board input on potential additions, changes, concerns, etc. about the plan. So all are encouraged to attend.
Thank you very much. We do have a public hearing this evening on a resolution regarding Parkway Place Townhome Association, Mr. Item. Before we begin, is there anyone here who wishes to speak to this matter? Okay. We'll have a presentation by Mr. Item. If anyone arrives, then we can allow public comment. So the public hearing is open.
Madam Chair, managers, here to present the project for the Parkway Place Townhome Association, where we are looking at a complete stormwater retrofit of the site. I'll give a brief overview of the project, which was presented last month, some of the details about the design and the education and outreach tied to this project, and then the overall budget, which there were questions about last time it was presented, so I'll address those. So just to get our bearings on where this is located, just east of 35W and directly south of Minnehaha Creek. It is a 22-unit townhome association with somewhat close proximity to Diamond Lake as well, but the entire area drains to Minnehaha Creek. The design itself was kind of incepted by Terry Hamming, who is one of our master water stewards. He originally had installed a single rain garden on the property and has leveraged the entire association to look at greater opportunities for the site. So they had an allowance design in mind to redevelop the parking lot, and they have now reconfigured that, shrinking the actual impervious surface on the site by 22%. And the new design here includes rain gardens, pervious pavers, a couple different types of catch basins to direct the water, and dry creek beds. Just a couple perspectives of what the proposed plan will look like. So what they are proposing to do is shrink the actual width of the driveway to make it a one-lane, one-way drive around all of the townhomes. Creating a greater community space in the middle, creating a safer drive, and then incorporating rain gardens around that community space, so somewhat of an oasis from the urban environment. And then they're also shrinking the width of the driveway entrance itself, having catch basins and rain gardens along the side of that to capture 99% of the volume on the site, 99% of the total suspended solids, and 98% of the total phosphorus. A big piece to this project is a lot of Terry's work with the education and outreach opportunities he's built. Just to name a few of the highlight ones are cities management groups, so the group that actually manages this townhome association also manages over 125 other associations, most of which are within the state, and they have formed a partnership where they will help publicize this and try and get other townhome associations to implement some of these practices on their property as well. So using this site as a demonstration for others to come tour. It'll also be publicized through the Minnesota Multi-Housing Association. So education for both associations that are managed by themselves as well as managed by someone else. And the Community Associations Institute plans on having a feature story for this in their magazine, and this project, they have already talked about nominating this project for an environmental award. So really, you know, publicizing what great work they're doing and how others can implement it as well. There is a connection and partnership established with Washburn High School, a science teacher, and looking at getting some of the baccalaureate science students out to the site and working on different ways, more than just a field trip, to see what's going on there. And then Hennepin County is also funding a grant for this project in the amount of $50,000. So they also see the benefits here as well. And then a list of some of the other partnerships that I did mention last month, so try not to tie you down to those, but looking at social media, connections within the neighborhood and the community. This was an historical site, and connections with Macalester College through the Freshwater Society, to name a few. So running this project through the new cost share evaluation, we scored it out very high, and to the amount where staff had requested a 75% funding, capped out for our community engagement program for projects at $100,000. So the total cost of this project, when you saw it last month, was around the range of $370,000 and split into 2 construction phases. Rerunning the numbers and the financial planning that the Townhome Association has worked out with Earth Wizards, they have now decided to install all of the BMPs this summer. So it'll be 1 phase of construction for the project, bringing down that cost to a total of $336,000. The reimbursement from the district is broken down as to over a 3-year period, which is with this community engagement program, we're looking to get a community outreach report for the first few years of the project after it's established, to see what connections were made and how many people were really reached, to kind of show that impact that's been made in the community. So the proposal is $50,000 upon completion of construction for the first year, and then $20,000 or $25,000 for 2016 and 2017, based on that education and outreach planning. Some of the board information that was requested was getting a better idea of the financial planning, how the Townhome Association was able to afford such a large retrofit. And basically I have a breakdown for this, and Terry is present tonight, so Terry, please feel free to step in if I get any of this wrong. But there were carryover from in their reserves from past years beyond what was allocated for the parking lot reconstruction from their study. So to make up for what else was needed beyond that, they assessed each of the homeowners $1,500 to get another $33,000 into that reserve to pay for the construction of this. $226,000 of the $336 will be paid within the first 4 weeks of construction. So they've broken that down and have an agreement in place with Earth Wizards to pay incremental amounts over those first 4 weeks to get to that $236,000. The remaining $100,000 will be covered after completion of the project and after the reimbursement of the cost share funding, as well as the Hennepin County grant funding that they'll receive later this year. And then the extra $25,000 that we will be reimbursing based on that outreach report from 2016 and 17 will help replenish those reserve funds. But at no point in time will they be completely depleted. So they're staying within the restrictions of what they need to keep in there at all times. Another question that was brought up, and a recommendation, was to make sure that they'll be able to maintain this project. So dedicating some funds to the operation and maintenance of what's going on for the future years. Earth Wizards is working on a recommendation for what the maintenance will be and an estimate of how much that will cost over the future years, and that will be written into the maintenance language of our recorded declaration that we'll be requiring for the project.
Thank you, Mr. Ardon. I'll ask again if there's anyone in the room who wants to address the board during the public hearing. I'll close the public hearing. Manager Olson?
Quick question. If they're doing all the phases at once, would it make sense for us to accelerate that 2016 payment? That's the first 25,000.
Manager Olson, with the education outreach reporting, we're planning on breaking down that reimbursement over years to just guarantee ourselves, because that is a big portion of why we want to fund this project. So, you know, with the pollutant reductions being as high as they are, this is a very strong community engagement project, and that's where we really want to focus on getting that information back on really what a success this will be.
Okay.
So that was an agreement between staff and the Town Home Association on finding that amount that would need to be paid up front, and then what could be allocated for future years. So we also did this with the Union Congregational Church with a project that was approved last month as well. So it's going to be project specific on what those amounts are, but with such a large amount of funding on this, and a lot of it being dependent on knowing what that impact was, that's what staff seemed as a reasonable amount, and which was agreed upon.
Great. Thank you.
Any other comments from managers? Manager Miller?
How many units?
22 units.
Okay. So how much is that a unit then? 5,000 unit. So that would be typical of what we do on a single family home.
Breaking it down per BMP.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. I think it's you've done a good job of working with the townhouse committee and built not only a program we can fund for the grant, but also it's an operating program, and I know it took a lot more work than normal to put all these elements together, and I think it's a good project.
A lot of the work was done by Terry himself, and he was on the board for the Town Home Association, and he is going to be dedicated to filling out that outreach report and kind of leading the tours and explaining the project to those that will come visit.
Good.
Excellent. And this will be back on our next agenda?
Yes, so I drafted an RBA, and in there for workshop action was just a recommendation to advance to the consent agenda, if that's all right with the managers.
I'll move that.
Second.
Motion second and discussion. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Smith.
now that you voted, I just want to add a comment. I attended the Riley Purgatory Bluff Creek Watershed District Evening with the Watershed. Twice a year they hold a public meeting with typically anywhere from 50 to 150 residents at the Chanhassen American Legion, with the idea being that they can have residents gather the beverage of their choice and then have an evening of discussion about watershed issues and presentations. So the Master Water Steward program was presented that evening just last week, and it was very well received, but a big part of the reception and the interest from the residents was this particular project and the story of how the gentleman Terry went through the Master Steward program and then dreamed up this project. And I think that Riley Purgatory Bluff Creek's interest in becoming a part of the Water Steward program was catalyzed by the presentation of this project. So I just thought you'd want to know that.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Wright.
Good work.
Am I next on the agenda as well?
We are going to instead move to the public opinion survey.
Okay.
We changed it up on you.
Okay.
So Ms. Mamayak and Mr. Hinley.
All right, President White, managers, we are here tonight to present the results of the public opinion survey that was conducted in February of this year. A random representative sample of 600 residents were polled by telephone to test their beliefs and attitudes about water quality issues in the Twin Cities, as well as their perceptions about the watershed district. and also to help inform the 10-year Comprehensive Water Resources Management Plan that the district is in the process of developing. John Himley from Himley Rappin Company designed the survey with input from the Board of Managers and staff. The Morris Leatherman Company then administered the survey, and then John analyzed the results, which he's going to present to you tonight, also with some conclusions and recommendations for the Board of Managers to consider. As an aid for the presentation, we have paper copies of the slides as well for you to take notes. Mr. Himley, take it away.
Great. Well, thank you. I'm actually going to want to point, and the laser pointer doesn't work on these screens very well, so I'm going to get up and just move around here. And if I'm blocking anybody, I apologize. I want to keep it fairly interactive, so if you do have any questions or comments as we move through it, feel free to bring that up. But I'm just going to highlight the methodology. Key findings is where I'll spend most of the time, and then move to some conclusions and some recommendations for your future consideration. Kelly really summarized the overall objectives, quantifying views and attitudes about water issues, testing their awareness and perception of the Minnehaha Creek Watershed District, and then to be able to use this input as a tool, as a metric, to help inform the comp plan process. It's not something that you should use to decide what you're doing, but rather it's just another input of going out to the public and seeking their opinion and their information. As Kelly noted, we completed 600 random sample interviews. The sample itself was drawn within the boundaries of the Minnehaha Creek Watershed District from Carver County all the way to the Mississippi River. The demographics align pretty well with the actual demographics that exist within these communities. We divided the sample into 3 geographic clusters, which here again approximates the rough percentage of the population. But we did what we call a west cluster, which is that portion of Carver County within the district, and then kind of through the Lake Minnetonka area. We have and that's 22% of the sample, by the way. We have the central suburbs, which is about 40% of the sample, and then the east portion is that area of South Minneapolis within the district, and that constitutes about 38% of the sample. We were in the field from February 18th through the 25th. The average interview was about 21 minutes. 38% of the sample was done by cell phone, and as you look at these numbers, the gross numbers, the margin of error on that is plus or minus 4.1% at what we call a 95% confidence. So in other words, you've got to look at the fact that these numbers can be a bit higher, can be a bit lower, but this should approximate the views within the population. I always tell clients that there are a few guidelines, and that is, one is always remember that survey findings represent a snapshot in time. Views can shift over time, and certainly on some of these issues and some of the questions we have, you know, we've been tracking these in surveys for 25 years or more, and I can guarantee you on certain kinds of questions, views can shift. We also encourage you to look at the relationship of the numbers versus the absolute percentage. Again, we're dealing with margin of error, sample sizes and the like, and it's more important to look at the relationship of the numbers versus whether one is 43% versus 48%. The intensity of response is also important, and on the critical questions, we measure the intensity of the response. Do you feel strongly that way? Or is somebody very credible versus somewhat credible? And I'll show you where I think those are important to tease out of this. And yes, in fact, question wording does matter. Depending upon the information that you put in front of people, it can influence how they feel one way or another about an issue, and we'll show that as well. So I want to hit a few slides on some interesting demographics that I think might be of interest to you. As we look at the completed sample, roughly 45% of the sample lives immediately adjacent to a water body or within 2 blocks of a stream, a wetland, a lake within the district. And I think that's pretty significant when you think about how people see these kinds of issues. You'll note that only 11% are more than a mile away from what they deem to be a water body. 22% of the sample has or owns a cabin someplace. 26%, about a quarter of the sample, have contributed money or are a member of a conservation organization, a lake property owners group, or an environmental group. And here again, we see somewhat different attitudes depending upon whether they fit within that category or not. Here again, we were curious about what kinds of things do they do recreationally. You'll note that fishing, about a quarter of the sample fishes frequently, about 30% occasionally. The more intense yellow is the total participation in each one of these. Walking, running, or biking was the highest at 53% frequently, 88% total participate. Sailing, canoeing, kayaking was the lower amount. But again, we were kind of interested to just get a sense as to the activity, because again, when we went and cross-tabbed the data, we saw some interesting relationships. As well, 78% of the sample were homeowners, 22% renters. About a third of the households had child-aged kids at home. You can see what the distribution is income-wise, and that's pretty close to the actual. Politically, we didn't ask whether they called themselves Republican or Democrat or whatever. We're more interested in ideology, and you'll note about 35% was more right of center, about 30% right in the center, and about 31% to the left of center. Here again, we look for relationships based on ideological considerations, and we do see some differences of opinion on some issues. And finally, on kind of the demographic piece here, when we looked at what we call a resident engagement profile, I'm not going to go through each of the numbers, but here's what's important from this slide, in addition to the fact that I find it pretty interesting, is that about 24% of the sample does 4 or more of these activities. And what we did inside the crosstabs is we ran an analysis where we isolated that 24%. And you'll see this as we go through this, but we call them the actives. These are the people who tend to, they join organizations, they might write their legislator or a public official, they might be talking to other people, they're typically more informed. But that group is one to pay attention to, because they tend to be opinion leaders within their clusters of friends and coworkers and neighbors and such. So we asked a couple of kind of warm-up questions, and these are important because we also often see relationships between how they think the economy is doing and where Minnesota is headed. You'll note among residents in the district, 79% believe Minnesota is headed in the wrong direction. Only 16% said the wrong track. When we asked about how their household is doing financially, say, compared to 1 year ago, you'll note that about a quarter of the sample said it's better off, 8% reported they're worse off, and essentially 2/3 of the residents said it's about the same as compared to a year ago. We asked about then what's the most important issue facing the state of Minnesota right now, and then we asked a follow-up question, what's the second most important issue? Good evening. And what you'll note is that there's a fairly tight cluster between access to affordable health care, improving education, and controlling taxes and state spending, all in the 22 to 24% range. Protecting the environment was 9%. Economy and the jobs, improving the economy and creating jobs was only 8% as the state's most important issue. 4 years ago, that was at the top of the list by a pretty significant number when we look at measuring that question. It has moved down as the economy's gotten better and some of these other issues have moved up. And you'll see in the far right hand what the total is of when you have the first and second most important together. Then we asked what I think is a really interesting question. They're all interesting, but this one I think is really interesting because I haven't asked it this way before. We asked them, well, what's the most important environmental issue in the Twin Cities? Not in the country, not in the state, but in the Twin Cities. And what you see here is that you had 3 areas that all related to water. Improving water quality was deemed the most important by 20% of the sample. Dealing with lawn and farm chemical runoff was deemed most important by 14%, and conserving water and preventing depletion of our groundwater resources was deemed most important by 10% of the sample. Those three together represent 44%, almost half the sample, cited a water concern as the most important environmental issue facing the Twin Cities. And you can see where the others landed, and the yellow column is those that said then that's the second most important issue. But again, the key takeaway here was the fact that water taken together was at the top of the list. Now this question I've never asked before, and it actually surprised me. So we said in an open-ended question, there were no prompts, we just said, well, what does water quality mean to you? When people mention the term water quality, what does it mean to you? 59% of the sample said, well, it has something to do with clean, safe drinking water, okay? 22% said, well, it's water without chemicals, and 7% said good tasting water. Only 9% cited that in the context of clean wetlands, rivers, lakes, and the like. Now, in all fairness, part of this 22% who talked about water without chemicals is we looked at kind of anecdotally through some of the response sheets from the telephone interviews. Some kind of saw that in the context of drinking water, and some saw that in the context of surface bodies of water. So there's some mixture in there. But this is important because as we think about talking about water quality, it may mean something different to the public out there than what it necessarily means to us. And we need to be cognizant of that perception. We asked people to rate the water quality of Minnesota lakes, rivers, streams, and wetlands, and then we asked them to rate it of streams, wetlands, and so forth near where you live, and you can see the response was almost identical. 2/3 of the sample indicated that they believe that it's either excellent or good, and about 1/3 of the sample indicated it is only fair or poor. We saw somewhat higher positive ratings among respondents in the kind of that west cluster, the Carver, Lake Minnetonka area, somewhat more negative ratings among that actives category. Remember that 24% of the sample I mentioned before that's more active. They have somewhat more negative ratings of water quality perceptions, as well as left of center, and also frequent sailors. Sailors popped up, I don't know why, but we kept seeing that throughout the data, that they often were more outliers on issues. Yes? Brian?
Does sailors include the canoers and kayakers as well?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Sorry. Yep. We saw somewhat mixed views when it came to their perceptions about water improvements. We asked essentially over the last 5 to 10 years, is the water quality near you better, worse, or about the same? When you look, about 1/3, 31% said they felt it's better. 19% thought it's worse, and about half the sample thought it's the same. We asked, well, how important is it to protect water quality near where you live? Now, not surprisingly perhaps, 98% said, well, it's important, of which 66%, 2/3 of the sample said it's very important, all right? So we looked at this very important at 66%, and some of the data here I thought, again, is interesting from the standpoint of that actives category, that they were 83% saying it's very important. Those who see the Minnehaha Creek Watershed District as being very effective, 90% cited protecting water quality as being very important, and you see how it also is somewhat higher among some of the other demographic clusters. In other words, any number above 66% is a group that thinks it's even more important to protect water quality, and that's the key takeaway from that piece. Yes?
Can you define very effective on the MCWD? Is that what they want us to be or what they think we are?
It's what they think you are.
Oh.
And I'll show that question here in a little bit. I'm a little ahead of myself on that, but I thought I should call that out. But you're going to see that number here shortly. So then we asked the respondents, well, what do you think is the biggest threat to water near where you live? Again, we're trying to localize this more and not deal so much global as much as local. And what you see is that 1/3 of the sample said the biggest threat is runoff of chemical and so forth from lawns. EIS was cited by 17%, Pollution from companies and manufacturing companies and so forth was 14%. Development pressure at 11%. Too much recreational use at 10%. Runoff of ag chemicals and animal waste at 9%. Homeowners and businesses using too much water at 4%. Yeah, it gives you kind of a sense as to what they think the biggest threats are. And then the second biggest threat was the yellow box. In the far right box then is the addition of the two boxes. But again, it gives you a sense as to what their perception is of what the threats are, and which actually I thought was pretty interesting because it's probably not that far off the mark. So now we got into some specific questions about the Minnehaha Creek Watershed District. How aware are you of an organization called the Minnehaha Creek Watershed District? And you'll note that 63% said they're aware, 9% said they're very aware, 54% said they're somewhat aware. Now, in all fairness, there's probably some people inside that 54% that maybe just have heard of it or think they've heard of it, but probably don't know a lot about it. 37% were in the not aware category. I think it's interesting when you look at, again, awareness at 63%, who's more or less aware. The actives, here again, they score higher. They're more aware of your organization. If you're a member of a conservation organization, if you're a cabin owner, if you live adjacent to water. Now, if you live over a mile away from water, notice that number is 50% aware versus 63% across the whole watershed district. It's fairly consistent otherwise geographically, and we saw in the under demographic less awareness. Based on what you know or have heard, what do you think is the primary function of the Minnehaha Creek Watershed District? This was an open-ended question, okay? No prompts whatsoever. And what you can see is that 28% said they think your primary function is maintaining or protecting water quality. 24% said cleaning and restoring the water. 12% reducing the runoff of chemicals and other things. 8% reducing pollution. 5% monitoring testing. 3% of EIS, and so forth. But again, these were open-ended responses, and I was actually quite impressed with how close they are. So then we asked, well, how, based on what you know or may assume, okay, based on what you know or may assume or have heard, how effective is the Minnehaha Creek Watershed District in protecting the water quality throughout the watershed? And what you see is that overall 76% cited a favorable or an effective rating. Now 63% said somewhat effective, 13% very effective, and really 7% were in the category saying it's not effective, and 18% just didn't have any opinion. So really a pretty good number. And the negative numbers here, like I say, were only 7%. The 1% is the kind of the hard negative number, if you will, okay? Next slide. And here again, when we look at kind of the demographic cuts on effectiveness, overall, 76% effective. They're aware of the Minnehaha Creek Watershed District. They're more apt to say that you're effective versus not aware. If you're a member of a conservation organization, if you're actives. I thought it was also interesting when you look at politically, slightly lower among conservatives, but not hugely lower. And as you look at the three geographic clusters, they're all in about the same ballpark. We then kind of read them a paragraph and gave them a lot more information about the Minnehaha Creek Watershed District, the location, the area that you cover, the fact that you have a tax levy that goes to support what you do, and so forth. And then we came to the question of saying, well, does the idea of having this single purpose agency to protect water quality in the communities and throughout this area, does this seem like a good idea or a bad idea? And what you'll note is 93% said, based on that description, they thought it sounds like a good idea. Of which 62% said good idea, and 31% said, I feel strongly it's a good idea. You had really only 4% that thought that concept of a single-purpose agency was a bad idea. We also wanted to get some context as to who they think perhaps does the best job of protecting water quality of lakes, rivers, streams, and wetlands in your area. And what you see is that Minnesota DNR, right first, 43% thought they did the best job, followed by the Minnehaha Creek Watershed District at 30% best job. The MPCA alone at 12%, their local city at 7%, the county at 4%, federal government at 3%, and you can see in the blue column the second best in the far right then is the total of the two. But again, you know, you're right up there, right behind the DNR. We asked and gave them a very brief description of 3 possible goals and indicated that the Watershed District was moving this comprehensive planning process, and we wanted to get a sense as to whether or not they had a view or a strong view around any of those 3 goals. And you know, to sum it up, it's really prevention versus restoration of degraded areas versus, say, AIS. And what you'll notice is about 37% said prevention, 30% restoration, 17% AIS. You can see in the dark green boxes those who felt strongly about each of those responses. And then you had 16% of the sample said all 3 should be a top priority. So they didn't want to select one over the other. But again, not that you make your decision off this, but it's just another point of reference as you think about that. We also gave them a brief description of this concept around a 2-track process. Track 1 being continuing to be responsive with programming and services district-wide, and track 2 where you would concentrate staff and resources to high-need areas. And essentially we asked, well, does this 2-track strategy to the process seem to be a good way to prioritize resources? And what you see here is 89% say yes, of which 27% felt strongly about that, and only 6% said no. We also asked, are you aware that the Watershed District develops and enforces regulations? 63% said they are aware of that. We asked, well, do you know about the partnership taking more of a regulatory approach versus a partnership approach? What you see is the partnership approach is supported by about 52%, of which 26% strongly. The regulatory approach was supported more by 30%. The actives tended to be more supportive of the partnership approach at 63%, of which 43% were strong. The regulatory approach was more supported among those who see the Watershed District as being very effective. Again, it's another interesting perspective. EIS, we of course told them what that was, but how important is it to prevent the spread and try to get a solution to get rid of it? What you see is that 99% think it's important, 62% very important. Now, you know, that response doesn't have a lot of context, but certainly there wasn't an undecided in that question at all. And should the Minnehaha Creek Watershed District make it a priority to try to prevent the spread of AIS? And here again you see, and we asked them, should that be a high priority, a medium priority, or low priority? High priority by almost 2/3, a medium priority by almost 1/3, a low priority by 3%. And then we asked about some of the measures that you engage in. You know, your work to do retention ponds, vegetated buffer zones, measures to prevent runoff and the like. Here again, high priority 57%, medium priority 40%, low priority 2%. We asked if, you know, the watershed were to offer water protection improvement programs that could be implemented by individuals, homeowners, and neighborhoods. Is this the type of a thing that might be of interest to you? And you see that about 2/3 said yes, of which 12% were strong in that opinion, 32% said no, not of interest. And then we asked some questions around accountability. How important is it for the watershed district to provide periodic measurements, report cards to the public on its progress and programs, in which you notice 91% said it's important, in which 46%, about half the population, said they felt it's very important. Now, 4% said it's not at all, 5% said, yeah, it's important, but it's not important to me. Now, am I going to say 46% over 91% are going to be watching each and every move of the watershed district? No, but this is something we've seen over the years with public agencies, we've seen with companies, whatever. People want the transparency, and they always know somebody out there is looking at it, all right? That's kind of the view. But what you see here, too, is for whom is it even more important or less important within the context of some of the demographic clusters where it stood out because they were outside the margin of error. Very important was 46%. Among those who see the watershed district as very effective, 70% of that group said it's very important to provide that kind of reporting. The actives at 55%, and so on and so forth. We also asked a couple of questions about their willingness to pay more to support the work of the watershed district. We had no idea what we were going to get on that kind of question, but we did give them some context that a $300,000 home, I believe, the levy being roughly about $50 a year, I think, and for a $200,000 home, about $33. So they now have some context, and then just said, you know, how willing might you be, or would you be willing to pay an additional $20 per household per year to support the services and programs of the watershed? You'll note that 2/3 said yes, of which 18% were strong, 30% no. We then asked them, well, what about $10 more per year? And about 3/4 of the sample, 77% said yes, and 20% said no. And you can see those that felt strongly either way. It is interesting when you look at a more detailed cut of the demographics of who's willing to pay more to the watershed. Basically, they're more aware of you, they deem you more effective. The actives, members of conservation organizations, a little bit lower if you're over the age of 65 at paying $20 a year, but it goes up, it's $10 a year. Lower end conservatives, and you know, between West Central and East, a little bit lower in the West at $20, but relatively about the same at $10. But again, it's just a point of reference that might be of interest to you as well. And then we asked them about personal actions that they take, not might, but that they take, whether they do any of these things. And I won't go through all of them, but you can see that there are specific actions that people do take. We did find here again among the actives, they're more likely to take some of these actions if they're over 75K household income. College graduates tend to participate in doing these things at somewhat higher levels. And then we asked about communication. Do you feel that you would like more information about measures and best practices that you could think about in terms of protecting water quality? 29% indicated that, yeah, they'd like more information. 53% said, you know, I've got enough. 18% said, you know, the topic is just not of interest to me. So, you know, it's not of interest. We did ask people what would be the most effective way to get communication from the Minnehaha Creek Watershed District. 36% said mail, newsletters, website, online. You can see what the numbers are. Again, it gives you a sense of what the attitudes are. We indicated that the Watershed District is now video recording the meetings, and this is available to view online. How often do you think you might want to view online recordings of Watershed District meetings? You'll note 43% of the sample said never. 29% said, well, when an issue is important to me. 13% said a few times a year. 12% once a year. 2% said almost every meeting. So here again, it's another data point for you. And then finally, we asked about credibility. We said, you know, there's various individuals and organizations that speak about water quality issues. I'm going to read you a brief list. Who do you, please tell us on each one, do you think they're very credible, somewhat credible, not credible? And you can see here, DNR was very credible by 73%. Minnehaha Creek Watershed District was rated as very credible by essentially almost 2/3 of the sample at 64%. Your total credible is 97%. The red box are the not credible rankings, but here again you can go down the list and see how different so-called messengers stack up. Yes?
That last column, how are you going from very credible, total credible? What is that?
I'm sorry, good question. So take Minnehaha Creek, 64% said very credible. Another 33% would have said somewhat credible. So I'm adding a somewhat credible at 33% plus a 64% very credible to get to the total credible. Thank you. Yes.
Did people get to select all of them they wanted to on this one, or were they ranking?
No, on this one, we read each one individually and asked them to rate each one as either very credible, somewhat credible, not too credible, or not at all credible.
Thank you.
Yeah.
My question is, I'm just wondering, because last year we had all that incredible flooding, and one of our other primary missions is water, dealing with water quantity issues. Did you only ask questions about quality, or did you ask any questions for them about our role in preventing flooding?
We did not get to that, and what we were running into was size, limitation on how much we could ask. It might be a topic, for future if you decide to do this, because one of the things you might want to think about doing is doing periodic updates to this, and you're tracking some questions, but adding new questions. A lot of organizations will do it that way.
That's interesting too, because there were open-ended questions. I didn't think about them, and no one came back and said flooding or not enough to make the list.
Correct.
Manager Miller?
Other than those so-called political surveys, I've never been surveyed other than I got a call from Pew they did a big national religious survey. It was just reported a couple days ago. And they called twice. It was 20 minutes each time. And they offered like $5 or $10 or something for, I just said, I wasn't interested, but I'd be interested in taking part in the poll. But it was comprehensive like this, but they went way beyond, 2 20-minute interviews. I mean, you were pretty worn out by the time the second call. But I don't know how did they get a hold of the cell phones?
They use a random sample programming device. It's a program, and what they do, and this is one of the things that we insist on with the vendors that we use, that they have to actively manage the sample. I don't like it where they're just taking whoever answers the phone, and then if they end up with a sample that's, say, 62% female and at 38% male, then they start weighting. They'll weight the men up and they'll weight the females down to try to get it into the actual demographics. And the point here is that because you're doing it on a random sample basis, if somebody says, I can't do it right now, I don't have time, they work to call back, reschedule, schedule a time that works to get them in the sample so we can have some level of assurance that we're actually representing the demographics within there. Because otherwise you end up with a really skewed sample. I've seen those and they're not pretty. So, conclusions, and I'll run through these quickly. This is our interpretation of what we think is the most important to come out of this. Protecting water and improving water quality are high priorities with people within the district. And again, remember, almost half the sample lives within 2 blocks of some sort of water body, and I think that has a lot to do with it. Over half participate in water activities. But it's also important that we keep in mind that water quality, when we talk about water quality, for most people, they're thinking in terms of drinking water and not necessarily surface water, which means you've got to be mindful about communicating that as your work progresses. Not that you aren't concerned about water, drinking water, but I'm just saying that. Thirdly, the public does see opportunities to improve the quality of water bodies. Only 7% rate them as excellent. Now, that's a hard measure to get by with most people anyway. But 1/3 of it rated as fair or poor, and I think that that's important that we keep that in mind. The awareness of Minnehaha Creek Watershed District is positive, but I would argue it's soft. We had only 9% that say that they're very aware of the district. Not necessarily surprising, but I think it's important to keep that in mind. And there's actually a fairly accurate sense as to what you do as an organization. 3/4 assume, or they believe or assume, that Minnehaha Creek Watershed District is effective. 13% those say very effective. Only 7% said not. And about a fifth of the sample, just couldn't give you any idea one way or another. What we saw is that there's a higher rating of that the more they are aware of you, the higher the effectiveness rating, okay? You might look at that and say, well, that makes a lot of sense. In other words, the more they know, the more they like you and rate you higher. Now, I have had situations with other clients over the years where the more they know you, the less they like you. So, I mean, that's an important finding, and that also suggests that the more you keep telling people about what you're doing, they're going to more so embrace you as an organization and the effectiveness of your work. DNR and Minnehaha Creek viewed as doing the best job of protecting water. That's good. Residents overall generally support your approach, support for this single-purpose agency and this 2-track comp plan process. There are mixed views of the highest priority plan goals. I wouldn't get too wrapped around that. But it's also important, I think, to recognize they like the notion of partnerships, and I think that's something that you want to talk about. And there's strong expectations of accountability. 91% expect periodic reports. There's a 2-to-1 plus level of support for modest tax increases to support your work. And Minnehaha Creek Watershed District is viewed really as highly credible when addressing water quality issues. And that's very, very important here as well. Recommendations, things to think about. Review the research as a data point in your comp plan process. I think it's important for you as you move through this to communicate not just what you're doing, but also why. Why are we doing these programs? What's the outcome? Connecting it back to what we see as the improvement, the measures that we've been able to achieve. Elevate, I think this is a real opportunity for you to decide to go down this road, but further elevating Minnehaha Creek Watershed District as really the trusted water expert within the region. You start from a very good position. You're also local, and people tend to like more local organizations. You have an opportunity here to enhance your awareness, your level of understanding and trust, and so forth. There's, I think, a very simple, credible positioning opportunity for you around the fact that you protect and improve our water. I mean, at the end of the day, that is highly, highly valued. That's what you're about, and that's an important, powerful messaging. Fourth, I think it's really important that you continue to, or certainly keep in mind, it's important to clarify what water quality is in the context of your work. Localize Minnehaha Creek Watershed District, certainly where you can elevate awareness of your work at a local community, neighborhood level. That's going to have even more impact. And last two, talk about your partnership approach. That's something that people want to hear more about. And finally, I would just say, you can confidently employ the voice of the Minnehaha Creek Watershed District. You're deemed credible. People like what you're doing. When you tell them more about what you're doing, they like it even more. And you can talk with authority and with credibility. Here again, we've tested a lot of other organizations over the years that cannot make that same claim. So with that, I'll stop and be happy to entertain other questions if you have them.
Thank you, Mr. Henry. Questions? Manager Calkins?
I have a couple. One, did you ask age?
Yes.
And did you find any significant differences there?
We did ask age, Madam Chair, Manager Calkins. So 19% of the sample is between 18 and 34, 42% between 35 and 49 years of age, 22% were 50 to 64, and 16% of the sample were over the age of 65. We tended to find within the sample the under 35 group was less knowledgeable about Minnehaha Creek and some of the other organizations and activity. Over the age of 65, for instance, less interested in looking at measures that they might employ in their own household, in their neighborhood. Little less resistance or little less willingness or openness to think about paying somewhat higher, although they like the lower number, $10 a year more than 20. So, I mean, we did see certain variations based on age on some of the measures. I would say it was not as dramatic as we might see in some other surveys, though, depending upon the issue.
Okay, and then related to that, I was just reading a study this past week that millennials are, surprising to me, more interested or follow radio. And there's no mention in here of radio. Was that question asked?
We did not ask it in this one. We've asked it in some of the others. As a news source information, it actually will surprise you. It's not as high as TV, which was about 80% in here, TV viewing a few times a week. But depending upon the area that we're surveying, it's deemed as a reliable information source by anywhere from about high 50s to high 60% in terms of frequency of several times per week. The millennials, by the way, in case you haven't heard, have become huge fans of vinyl records and analog records as well, which is really kind of surprising.
But they're much less likely to watch TV.
Much less likely to watch TV.
So they're kind of different there. I guess the last one I have at this point is we did ask a number of we did have a survey that we did 10 years ago, maybe longer at this point. And we asked a number of questions there, and one of them was how aware they are of the MCWD. Has that changed based on the information you have here? Has it stayed the same? Do we know?
I know I've got that. I don't have it with me. You may.
But I do think that Mr. Himley has made it pretty clear that this survey cannot be compared to that survey back in 2003 because of the methodology and the size of the sample. I think the size of the sample back in 2003 was about 300 people district-wide, while this was twice that. So I don't recall the exact number of the awareness, but we did explore the potential of creating a survey that mirrored those questions to see if we could track the differences, but because of the difference in the methodology, it was difficult to really make those correlations.
The margin of error on that one was high, and it also appeared that it was demographic. I think there was weighting going on in the sample as well, which makes it a little less easy to, it's harder to compare apples to apples. But I think there was an awareness question on that survey, and I just don't recall offhand.
But in both cases, it's low. So I'm not sure it really matters. It's low, so I think that from a for comparative purposes, I think you can compare them in that regard and say that in general it's low, and I don't know that it's really gotten any better over that period of time. So that was of interest to me. And then I guess the last thing I'd ask is, when you do a survey like this and you get responses and gather information, are there questions that you wish you would have asked that you didn't based on what you found out? And Manager Blick's question is actually a good one, I think. relative to water quantity, but were there any other things that stood out?
There were clearly questions we left on the cutting room floor. And as it was, we ended up with 72 questions where we asked for a response, and we had two other questions that were by observation. If we were to do it again, I think I would be probing even more what are actions they might be willing to take and what might incent them to do specific actions that we might want to hopefully try to drive more individual action on. So my immediate reaction is that would be an area that I think might be worth testing that we did not test as deeply in this one.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
The slide called Public Accountability is Valued Expected, and the slide called Communication with District Residents. I want to compare. When you were talking about the public accountability one, the question there is how important is it for us to provide periodic measurements or report cards? And in your talking about it, you said something about people wanting more information. You may have used the word transparency. But on communication with district residents, the bulk of people think that they have enough, or half of the people think they have enough. How do those fit together?
Sure.
What page is that, President White?
Page 13 and 15.
The I want to make sure I've got the correct question wording. So when we asked looking for the report card number.
Which one are you looking at?
On the bottom of page 13, it says public accountability. Bottom of page 15, communication with district residents.
All right. I've got a different numbering. So when we're asking about the accountability, what I call the accountability question, it was really in the context of kind of this notion about, do they want this report card and periodic reports? And we've tested that with other public agencies and other groups. It's fair to say that we asked them, how important is it for the Minnehaha Creek Watershed District to provide periodic measurements and report cards to the public on the progress and effectiveness of its programs and projects? Is it very important to you, somewhat important, and so forth? And what we found is 91% said important, of which 46% said very important. I will tell you that when we've tested these kinds of questions in focus groups, where you get people actually kind of talking and interacting and giving them more information, what they say is, I'm not going to pay attention to all this stuff. I don't have time, whatever else. But I know that somebody is paying attention to it. And what they want, they just want to know that it's being put out there in the public domain, that the people who are watching it, the media is watching it, and whatever. And they view that is the kind of the watchdog role that somebody's going to be playing with any kind of public organization, and frankly, even private companies as well, even more so today. So that's where you get to that kind of response on something like this. On the communication aspects, I think we need to also recognize, which is a lower number of people who say that they want periodic information or communication from the watershed district. In any kind of organization, it's hard to find 100% who will ever say, yeah, I want more information from an organization. And I call people who have an interest, interested publics, okay? These are the people who have some level of interest, and they typically want more information. And it's a matter of making that available for those interested publics to be able to access, and they're going to get what they want. And if they don't get what they want, they'll let you know that. But it's not in any way to suggest that your role is to try to find a way to penetrate the consciousness of every resident and household in the watershed district, because frankly there's a lot of people who just don't care, no matter what you say or what you do, and that's okay. But for those who do care, it is important to be responsive to that.
Thank you. Manager Miller.
A majority of my property taxes are for schools, and I don't know why that they bother sending me newsletters about the schools. You vote for the tax raises because it increases the value of your property, but I'm not interested whatsoever in what's going on in the schools. Other than I want a quality school, but I don't know what constitutes one or why but they send these reports, every 3 months. The city does the same thing, and it's all how great they are, not what problems they're dealing with. So that's not very useful either. So I think it has to be really. I think it breaks itself down or lends itself down to a neighborhood kind of concern, like sub-watershed district education and communication program that we worked on from time to time, because that's more interest than the whole district.
We've developed a simple graphic around, think of two pyramids, one that's right side up and the other that's upside down. If you think about the right side up, at the very top, there's a very small percentage of the population that going to the other pyramid that's upside down that wants a lot of information. And you take the bottom half of the pyramid, which is the majority of the population, and now the other pyramid's this way. The far and away over a majority of the population, they want a very small or no information. And as you think about it, for any kind of organization, to think how you bridge that communication need between different audiences can become tricky and complicated, because you're trying to appease all spectrums within those pyramids. But I would argue, I think that Watershed District does provide a lot of information out there, and for those who are interested in your work.
Any other questions or comments from the managers? Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good work.
Next on the agenda is the April 23rd minutes.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Smith.
if you go to line 77 of the minutes, the resolution on the consent agenda authorizing the administrator to release the report, I believe is reference. That line about releasing the report was missing from the minutes and needs to be inserted.
In line 77.
Right?
There's nothing in line 77.
That's right. It needs to be inserted there.
So what are the words?
Is to authorize the administrator the board accepts the annual report and authorizes its release to the Board of Water and Soil Resources. So it authorizes the district administrator to release the report to the Board of Water and Soil Resources.
Okay. There, I think, are two changes I'd like to see. One is at line 35 and 6, the oath of office was administered to Manager Rogness and to Manager White.
Oh, yes.
And I don't know if I remember this correctly, but at line 59, I thought there were 2 nominations as opposed to a motion. The result would be the same, but I believe there were actually 4 votes and 2 votes as opposed to 4 votes for Manager Rogness and 2 votes for Manager Culkins. but I'm not
Yeah.
confident in my memory.
Madam Chair, what my notes and recollection reflect is that there was an initial motion to nominate Manager Rollins as secretary, and that motion was seconded. And then there was a nomination of another candidate,
Mhm.
Manager Calkins. And then the chair proceeded to a vote.
Okay.
And the vote was that 4-2 vote.
All right.
So it is not exactly the normal Roberts procedure, but that's the way it happened.
Okay. So with those two changes, to add the oath of office at line 35 and the language at line 77, is there a motion to approve the minutes?
Move approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Smith. Then on to 11.2, back to Mr. Item. Resolution regarding Kenwood Isles Area Association Rain Garden Initiative.
Madam Chair, managers, I'm presenting this project, the Kenwood Isles Area Association, which is going to be a community engagement project installing rain gardens on residential property. The RBA and workshop action requested by staff is to advance this RBA to the consent agenda for the end of the month. The action being requested would be to authorize funding of 50% of the documented costs for the project, not to exceed $9,690 from the cost share fund for the installation of up to 20 BMPs on residential property within the Kenwood Isles Area Association. I'll give an overview of the project, some of the design and education and outreach materials, and what the staff evaluation of the project was, as well as the budget. So this is a partnership between the Kenwood Isles Area Association, Metro Blooms, and the Minnesota Conservation Corps. The goal of the project is to educate the community about water-friendly landscaping. So in this neighborhood, there is a lot of formal landscaping that requires a lot of maintenance and a lot of watering needed. And so the goal of this project is to initiate the idea of thinking about using less water on the property, capturing some of the water on site, reducing the runoff that's going to the nearby lakes, which are Cedar Lake and Lake of the Isles. So the goal of the project is to install 20 rain gardens within close proximity to those lakes. Using the Conservation Corps and installing all of these projects at one time will really bring down the overall cost of the project and make it much more cost effective. So overall what we're looking at here would be broken down to per rain garden would be a $484 contribution from the district, as well as the investment from the homeowner, so the 50-50 split there. So here's a map of those 20 identified properties that will be participating in this project. So again, this is the first step in trying to create that behavior change within the community, to thinking about these types of practices as alternatives to what their current landscape is. So within pretty close proximity to both of these lakes here, identified as a strategy where they hosted a rain garden workshop, gathered participation, and then got commitment from each of these homeowners to install a rain garden this year. So the idea is for the Metro Blooms to go meet the homeowners on site and do an entire site evaluation, pointing out multiple opportunities for where BMPs could be installed. But through this project, through the Conservation Corps, what was seen as most effective was having the Conservation Corps do the excavation, the manual labor for excavating the rain gardens, and then furthering that participation and investment by the homeowners to hold a planting day where the homeowners will help each other, but at the bottom line, plant their own rain garden. So the goal of this project, is limited to the resources for getting people on board with that under $500 overall end-all commitment from the homeowners, but trying to get the most efficient capture of runoff with these BMPs. So the goal is to find a place on each of these properties where they can collect at least 500 to 600 square feet of impervious surface. The education and outreach tied to this project, again, being led by Metro Blooms, meeting with each of these homeowners, educating them on all of the opportunities they see present, and then holding that planting day where all of the homeowners will be present and have to invest some of their own time into completing the project. Kenwood Isles Area Association is engaged with their newsletter. They have a lot of followers with their social media outreach as well. So tapping into that, that's kind of how they publicized the Rain Garden Workshop and saw the attendance that they did there. Shortly after the project completion, there will be a tour of the rain gardens, not only for those that participated, but for anyone that would be willing to check them out. And then Metro Blooms also does a good job of, on their website, they have a map of all of the projects they've installed and kind of highlight each neighborhood where those were installed. They're developing right now this kind of online or mobile application for people to use to actually conduct inspections on their own of some of these projects. So the locations will be on the map online, and people can walk through, tour the gardens, and then give their inspection through an application. The homeowner wouldn't see that. Metro Blooms would be collecting these, but they would follow up with those that would be consistently receiving lower graded overall performance. And the homeowners will be on the front end as well, the planting day, receiving a lot of maintenance tips and pamphlets on how to upkeep their gardens. So how master water stewards and master gardeners will be involved. The outreach, the planting day, that is kind of undecided, as it's open to them to volunteer, and they do have volunteer hours. And there are master water stewards and master gardeners within not only close proximity to this community, but within close proximity to the chain of lakes. So they'll be using, hopefully, some of them to help volunteer staff those events, as well as the follow-up with the inspections themselves. So they'll be conducting some of these inspections as well. And if I may add too, the inspection, this mobile app that's being created, is from one of our past master water stewards, someone who works at the U of M and is engaged with Metro Blooms to get that online. But the inspection report that they created actually was most of that, kind of the skeleton of that, was taken from what was developed by Heidi Quinn in-house here. So her inspection report that was created for going through and inspecting the Kasher projects is going to be used as a lot of the questions that'll be on the inspection. So how this project scored through the Kasher evaluation, it scored very high in the education and outreach. As far as the water quality goals and water quality improvements go, I did have a slight typo in my RBA. So the goal of this is for all 20 rain gardens to capture up to 11,000 gallons in a 1-inch rain event. And in my annual reductions, I had written 11,000 gallons as well. But actually what we're looking at is annually, the goal is to capture closer to around 200,000 gallons. So exploring, taking that beyond just the one-time event to the whole year. So the other calculations there were correct as far as the goals for total suspended solids and total phosphorus. Suspended solids goal being around 700 pounds a year, and the total phosphorus between that 0.5 and 0.7 pounds. So the total budget for this project will be the Metro Blooms design, the on-site consultation, their oversight of construction. We're getting the construction, the manual labor of excavating the rain gardens from the Conservation Corps, so that's not included in here. So the rest will be the materials themselves, and then the homeowner labor being tied into it as well. So the total cost of the 20 rain gardens, $19,380. Staff recommendation for funding is that 50%, not to exceed $9,690, which ends up coming out to just under $500 per rain garden.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Manager Shackleton. First, though, let me ask if there's a motion to get this in front of us.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Manager Shackleton, thank you.
I'm trying to recall where we have placed other rain gardens, and what I'm trying to do is balance this with other places in the watershed. And
Sure.
how do things balance out?
So this area, I believe we have one or two past projects from 2012 or 13 that are close by, more so near Calhoun and that side of Lake of the Isles. And some of the other focus areas for like the Metro Blooms, or there's another community scale project brought forward by a different designer leading it in the Field Regina Northrop neighborhood. So a lot of those were focused further east of here, as well as individual projects in Edina, but not too many projects in this neighborhood. And as well, the neighborhood having some of those larger houses and yards with more manicured lawns. Again, this is kind of that first step to try and get a big portion of the community engaged and kind of spread that awareness.
Are there other neighborhoods that have applied for these funds?
Yes.
That have not come to us yet?
Yes.
They're in the process?
So there were two last night that were brought to the Citizen Advisory Committee. That Field Regina Northrop is more unique than this project in that the designer, Erica Spandy, who is also a past Master Water Steward, she owns Urban Tree and Landscape. I might be mixing up two of the projects of design groups, but she has 10 homeowners that actually developed an entire site retrofit and multiple projects in the way of being a little bit more innovative with residential design. So trench drains capturing the sidewalks themselves, permeable paver strips at the top and bottom of the driveways, larger cisterns, and even a green roof for one of them. And those the average of each of those projects is around a total cost per property around $10,000. So that one was approved last night or recommended funding through the CAC, capping each one of those individual homes at a $2,500 amount. Metro Blooms, working with the Nokomis alleyways is kind of their big focus project. We also saw last year Cedar Isles Dean neighborhood, and that one's a little further south of here. And that one is another 10 rain garden project, but not connected necessarily to this exact area. And then another one that was brought forward that we're going to further develop is the Standish Erickson neighborhood. So a lot of the area draining to Hiawatha and the creek. And that was 10 rain gardens, but they had so much participation at their workshop that they ended up doing a lottery to choose those houses, and there's a lot more area spread between those, so it's not as much as a dense implementation plan as this one. And that one, CAC kind of recommended if we could further develop that and at least kind of ensure that we're going to get more strategic placement of those gardens at least to that next level, since it wasn't taken into consideration really strategically placing what houses would be the most beneficial when they just did the lottery.
So given the Field Regina one and the Standish Erickson one, Field Regina being seemingly more expensive per house and being significantly more involved, and the Standish one where there was dramatically more interest than there was ability to respond to it, and we don't have an actual cost structure for the Standish Erickson one, and those two areas drain into Hiawatha, whereas this area drains into Isles, which is a cleaner water body. I'm willing to make a motion to table this just so that we can address this and kind of holistically with the other two, so that we have a sense for balancing the pros and the cons.
I don't support that at all. I think this is a modest enough program, and it's got wide support in the community, and I disagree that Lake of the Isles is not a polluted lake.
I don't disagree with you that, but I just pulled up our
Yeah.
report, and it's cleaner. That's just what folks that we're in the back room told us, and I know that there are multiple variables that we don't take into account with our current grades, and next year we'll have a more complete assessment. But based on our lake grades we've been using up until now, Isles is a cleaner water body.
Cleaner than what?
Hiawatha and Nokomis.
Well, Hiawatha's got a beach on it. I dare to say that Lake of the Isles will never have a beach on it.
It's a filled in swamp, I know.
Yeah. I don't know what the argument is for laying it over.
Mr. Idom, can you give us a rough idea of what the other projects might come in at for district funding?
The Field Regina Northrop being 10 properties would be closer, since it's being capped at the individual home at $2,500, would be a $25,000 commitment. The Standish Erickson was similar to this, around the $5,000 for 10 homes. So this one being 20, I saw it as a way to get more projects in the ground in an area that we don't have many, and for a pretty cost-effective price at the $500 amount.
Manager Wilson?
Also, 8 of these homes border the southwest corridor light rail line as proposed.
That has a water quality effect how?
I'm just saying that they follow that curve right there in the tracks.
And that has a water quality effect how?
Educational. You look out the train, you can see the water gardens in the neighborhood.
You have a good sense of humor, Manager Olson.
Manager Calkins?
I think this is for this program. I think that this is an important neighborhood, and as we've been measuring benefit, I think the benefits here are comparable to what we've seen elsewhere. I would, in not just this report, but in all of them, I'd like to have a better feeling for, we have a defined area here, to know, what is the estimated impervious surface in that area as a whole, what is the estimated runoff from this area as a whole, and how does this fit with that, what are the benefits we're getting? I think that just would be good information to have. But relative to Lake Hiawatha, I think we have to remember that Lake Hiawatha is an entirely different system, in that the water quality in Lake Hiawatha is primarily determined by what's coming in the creek. So that the runoff from the immediate sub-watershed to the lake, while it has some effect, it's not going to fix Lake Hiawatha, because the creek is the determining factor. So the comparison between Lake of the Isles and Lake Hiawatha is a complicated one, and I don't think it really holds up relative to these kinds of projects. So I think this is a good fit with the program, and I think it accomplishes what the goals of the program are. And I think we have to look to other ways, which we are, to deal with the problem of Lake Hiawatha.
Yeah.
Manager Sharpton?
I don't see either of these. I don't see rain gardens as being panaceas for anything. I'm not implying as much, but while I recognize there are more higher manicured lawns around the chain of lakes, there are also larger lawns, and so to indicate that 10 yards, doing this for 10 yards is going to be better than doing it for 20 yards in an area where there are smaller yards and smaller houses, it doesn't mean that we're going to get a better bang for the buck. In fact, I would argue that if you have, while there's higher income around Lake of the Isles, and they do live near the chain of, they do live near Kenwood, if we're putting in 15 or 20 in an area where there are more people, when there are more people in the aggregate, that would seem like a bigger bang for the buck for education purposes.
This is the first time I've listened to a geopolitical argument before this board, and I just don't see the difference. It's water being treated, and whether they're expensive homes or not. They're actually paying a lot more money to support the district than these smaller homes in around Lake Hiawatha. So, you know, the economic equity may favor this project more than the smaller, more effective projects in the Hiawatha. But I don't want to argue. I don't want to argue that way because I think it's a dangerous and place to go.
I think you're right that that's a dangerous place to go. But I do think that there's potential for greater income capacity in this neighborhood than others. And when we have two others where a lottery reduced the number of applicants to 10 from 20.
We didn't do that. The neighborhood did it.
Yeah.
Metro Blooms.
Metro Blooms did.
We didn't have any part. Nobody asked our opinion about that. I
If
wasn't
they'd done
asked
80,
to
we
vote
would
on
have
it.
done 80.
A couple of comments I would make is that, Mr. Item, you have come up with this great grading system that you're using this year, and you're recommending only 50% funding on this project, which recognizes that it doesn't get all of the benefits that we'd like to the full degree, so we're not funding it at a high level. Also, it points out an argument, or not argument's the wrong word, but a discussion we had earlier in the year about the kind of first come, first served nature of this program, and there's about 300,000 left for the year, I think. And we knew that if we were having kind of rolling acceptance, we wouldn't be always comparing everything across the board in a way that might let us get higher water quality someplace. But their 50% funding recommendations goes partway toward that, is my understanding.
And Madam Chair, managers, we are seeing more and more interest in the program, and we are funding more projects. We're getting more projects put in the ground. I think that's something that we can look at moving into next year's work plan too, is do we want to be more selective with these, with the grading scale. I feel that we have more consistency with how we're evaluating these projects and setting the bar higher than what it had been set in the past. A project like this is one where I see efficiencies and more of a community lead, being able to install 20 rain gardens, having the homeowners pay the neighborhood association up front, have them work with Metro Blooms to get the projects constructed, and then us just having to have a funding agreement with the neighborhood association, individual maintenance agreements with each of the homeowners. It helps streamline the process and get more projects in the ground for an overall more cost-effective price. So if we, I think this year we're going to see and are seeing more of these community scale projects than we have seen through the last 3 years of the program. Knowing that, getting some more information maybe on the timelines and the efforts that we see these organizations setting for their initiatives for future years, we could maybe set up more of an organized approach as to being more selective.
Manager Olson?
Just respectfully requesting to call the question.
That requires a vote. Maybe I can just say, are we ready to vote? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Of what?
Of the requested board action, which is to authorize the.
Yeah, but there was a motion to table that didn't get seconded.
Did you?
I'll inform the chair in that the motion was made to table, but based off of how we've operated, it was that motion was left to the side.
Right.
If we were, well, you don't have to second motion to table. If we were following Robert's rules to the order, this motion would have been tabled, but I'm acknowledging that that under custom usage, that was disregarded.
I am sorry, I don't remember it. I apologize.
That's okay.
So where are we? Are we voting? Those in favor of the motion to approve the RBA, which would send us to the consent agenda in 2 weeks' time, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you, Mr. Item.
Thank you.
Nice job.
I'm sorry, I totally blanked on that. Item 11.3, Ms. Christopher, authorization to distribute the capital improvement program for annual review and comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair, managers. So tonight, staff is requesting authorization to distribute the draft capital improvement plan. This is something we do every year. It's a self-imposed requirement in our plan. And we are currently in a transition between our 2007 CIP and looking ahead to the next plan. And so we've taken this as an opportunity to make some updates and improvements to the format and the information contained in the CIP. For one, we've the 2007 CIP extended through 2016. We've now extended it out through 2018, so that we're looking ahead a few years. We've also reformatted the CIP to better reflect the two-track approach by organizing projects into the two focal geographies of Minnehaha Creek and 6 Mile Subwatershed, and then grouping those that fall under more of the responsive track, such as large-scale cost share projects, flood damage repairs, and some capital projects such as the Highway 101 causeway that are more externally driven and opportunistic in nature. And we've also added some additional detail on funding sources to reflect the district's efforts to diversify funding and leverage more outside funds. Those outside funds that are listed are ones that where we have a little more certainty about potential sources at this stage and potential grant funds. There are others, such as some of those in 2016, where we're actively negotiating with project partners, and we may have even more information on that by the time this comes back at the end of the month, in which case we'll continue to update. But those are ones that, as I said, have more certainty at this stage, and we didn't want to list anything that's too premature that's currently being negotiated. As always, we emphasize that this is not meant to be a projection of budgets and levies for these years, for a number of reasons. As you know, projects, some of the larger projects are often funded or levied for over multiple years. There's often carryover, as I said, outside funds that are being negotiated. And in addition, this list includes essentially all the projects that are kind of in different stages of development at this stage. As things move forward, there are ones that may be where the timeline may be pushed back, or they may fall off, depending on negotiations and further analysis. And these project lists and cost estimates will continue to be dialed in over the next couple months and brought back with more detail as part of the project work plans in July. So again, it's really meant to be kind of a conveying to the public what projects are on the horizon, asking for input and any additional requests that might be out there before we move to that next stage of kind of dialing in on specific budgets and levies for next year. One other thing I wanted to mention is that at the end of the month, Ms. Schaffler will be bringing a request for a proposal to work with WENC to develop a CIP for the operation and maintenance program. This will be a good complementary piece to help us have a better picture of long-term budget needs for projects that are already in the ground. Again, the request is to release this for comment. That'll be 30-day comment to the cities and counties. Once that information is collected, we'll bring back those comments for review by the board, and along with any recommendations for revisions based on that feedback.
First, is there a motion to get this before us?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Manager Blixt?
Ms. Christopher, could you just explain in more detail about like the PFA funding? Is it a bonding program, and what's it specific to, and have we ever received that funding in the past? And then the same for the Section 206 program? Just kind
Sure.
of the background of both of those and what it would take for us to get actual funding through both of those programs, and a little bit
Sure.
more about that.
Before you begin, the PFA, I was the original underwriter for that, and it's a very complex funding source. It includes the federal government, the state legislative funds, and it's both grants and loans. And this is a really unique agency insofar as their loans are several hundred basis points below the market because it's subsidized with all these other injections of federal and state monies. Is this a loan or a grant?
I might look more to
Yeah.
Mike or James
That's
to,
what I was,
to help with those questions.
Or is it bond?
Sure.
Are we would they be bonding on our behalf?
No.
No.
Mr. Wister.
Manager Blake's, Chair White, managers, I think the question was, how does the Public Facilities Authority funding work, and have we, what's the likelihood of getting it? Have we received any before? And the Public Facilities Authority grant that's sort of scheduled out here is primarily focused on the 3 stages of infrastructure improvement for the cold storage project. That's the Powell Road pipe diversion, the Lake Street pipe diversion, and then the on-site stormwater facility. And that project has been listed on the priority list for the Public Facilities Authority. It's been approved. And this year we received over $500,000 for the phase 1 construction, the Powell Road pipe. So it operates, there's 2 parts to the program. The part that we're capitalizing on is the 50% direct grant to the district. So they'll match 50% of our total construction costs, and that's based on bid costs. So you have to design the project and bid the project before you're eligible to get the money, although there's some sort of pre-application steps that get you in position. So nothing's guaranteed for phase 2 and phase 3 because it still remains competitive across the state and measured against other projects. But the other elements of the project are all added up and aggregated, and so our whole cold storage infrastructure costs are listed through PFA with a total cap of $3 million contribution from them, and we've gotten 50% of the first phase of the project. Hopefully next year and the year after, and as things unroll, we get 50% for all the other elements because they're on the list.
So it's not a loan, it's a grant?
It's not a loan, and that question came up when we accepted the grant a couple meetings ago, and I think one of the rationale that we explained to the board why we opted to not take the loan and why we'd recommend it against that is the low interest loan comes with a whole suite of strings attached that encumber the real estate that is associated with the stormwater infrastructure. And without knowing the ultimate disposition of the stormwater facility on the cold storage site, whether it's going to be publicly held, privately maintained, or any other sort of mix, we didn't want to limit ourselves. And the availability of the loan and how much we would have gotten, just the risk reward wasn't there to take that money. We've also highlighted Public Facilities Authority funding, I think. Again, this is what Becky was talking about. 2016 doesn't list sort of an investment plan because we're still working on it, and a lot of these revolve around the public-private partnerships and negotiations. But we have actually just received a call from the folks at Pollution Control Agency and the Public Facilities Authority asking if we're going to list the Knollwood project for Public Facilities Authority funding because they think that's a good project and probably a good viable one. We're trying to figure out what the project is with the new owners of the mall. And I think the other question was Section 206.
Just before you skip on, because I was looking at, it looked like the 6 Mile Creek you had identified for Public Facilities Authority also in 2017.
Yeah. The Public Facilities Authority, the bulk of their projects, I think we're one of the first stormwater projects in the state. because the primary focus of Public Facilities Authority funding for the point source implementation grant, which is where we're getting the direct 50%, is focused on wastewater. And the 6 Mile project, one element of a total package for 6 Mile that we've discussed before, sort of short, long-term, in-lake management, landscape management, and end-of-the-pipe water treatment facility. It might be that we want to pursue that kind of facility at the end of 6 Mile Marsh while treating Halstead Bay itself and treating water coming into Halstead Bay from Parley and Mud. And that's something that the City of Minnetrista has repeatedly expressed support for. We've applied for Clean Water Legacy grants for in the past, and that would be actually probably a really good fit for Public Facilities Authority funding in the future, because it would act kind of like the Taft Legion project as pseudo wastewater facility.
Thank you.
And then Section 206, that's those are federal dollars. That's the Army Corps of Engineers, and those are direct appropriations to the Army Corps congressional appropriations. And they don't know how much money they're going to get in a specific year, but the Section 206 program is what we had originally contemplated when we looked at the Painter Creek partnership with the Corps of Engineers. And we have been doing an analysis, risk analysis of, what are the points of risk financially and legally and from a construction perspective of re-engaging in a partnership with the Corps for the Painter Creek work. The Painter Creek project was essentially shelved, and it's sitting in a weird state of limbo in the federal on a federal shelf. And we've been talking about, if to get that into queue, we would essentially need to submit a letter of interest, and funding might be freed up and available directly for those projects in 2017. And that's something that we just recently discussed with the Policy and Planning Committee. Not that we're ready to commit, but that if we're going to do large-scale wetland restoration through that corridor that's aimed on the corridor restoration and the wetland function and values itself, that is an open source of funding. And we know that we're becoming increasingly constrained to do projects straight out of the levy. And so the policy discussion the committee had was, do you want to leave Section 206 dollars on the table forever? I mean, are we ever going to be in a position where we revisit a partnership with the Corps of Engineers, or are we going to say no to Section 206 dollars forever because the last time we partnered with that agency, we left with a bad taste in our mouth? And that was a good discussion, and there was no conclusions reached, I don't think, and we agreed to revisit that sometime, I think, in June, after we do more homework and meet with both legal counsel and Corps representatives to go through how, what created risk last time and how we can mitigate that moving forward, and what's changed since the last time we worked with them.
I thought also last time it wasn't because of the bad taste, it was really, we rejected it specifically for the Painter Creek project, because it was going to, partnering with the Corps was going to cost like triple the amount of money than if we just did it ourselves. Isn't
That's right. That's a good memory. I think there were probably 5 or 6 really good reasons at the time, and that's one of the reasons it was cited is the local match. I think it's 65 federal, the rest local. The local match for the district was intended to be land acquisitions, and the way the original real estate folk at the Corps looked, and the federal government, you've got people that do projects, people that do real estate, people that do regulatory, and they're not always in sync in terms of project development. The real estate people had advised that we need to acquire all land in fee, and when we're considering just doing wetland restorations and scraping and putting in weirs and then the wetland boundary, that would have had us acquiring large tracts of developable land through independence, or trying to acquire just wetlands in fee, which isn't feasible because of local zoning and planning ordinances. So we've revisited that. No, it's one of the things that they've completely changed on. They'll now support our local match being an easement, which makes the project immensely more viable because we already own a bunch of land in fee or easement, and it's a lot easier to get the easements directly over sort of the undevelopable wetland portions.
Okay.
All right, let's go on then. Thank you. Oh, is there a hand?
There was, but if they have other things to say, they can say.
All right, thank you. I didn't see your hand. Ms. Christopher.
I think James answered the question, so we'll take any others.
Manager Calkins?
A couple. What happens to things that have, to be honest, I'm not sure, I don't remember exactly where it fell. Like, for example, the landscaping for the building here.
Right.
That doesn't show up on here. So what happens to those kinds of things that kind of, as things move along, they get delayed? They're no longer captured in the CIP. So what happens to those?
That's a unique one, and I think that we could take Manager Culkin's advice and lead from the board on that. Obviously, we've changed the configuration of the CIP from past years, so we've kind of put everything on the table in terms of how this looks and how it's formatted. The distinction I'd make with the district's landscaping project or the campus improvements is they were an education project, a demonstration project that is specifically for this campus. There was never a plan specifically laid out on how we'd fund those or what program that might come out of. For example, when we purchased this building, it wasn't listed in our capital improvement plan. So is that a cost share grant to ourselves? Is that an education program, or is that a capital project? I don't really know. And it was originally sort of located in the education program to lead the development of the project and work with the CAC and the board. But that's why it's not showing up in the CIP. And through the capital project budgeting process, we'd have to decide where are we currently positioned with that project and how does it fit in the suite of external priorities against improving our own campus. And that'd obviously be a board decision.
Well, and the only reason I asked the question is because it certainly could be viewed as a capital project.
Sure.
And so I think it's important that somehow we capture those things if that's what we decide they are. Because I could envision that a question might come up that, you know, we're spending this money, but it wasn't in the capital project that went out for public comment. So somehow I think we have to capture that so it doesn't appear that it's hidden someplace. I think the bigger issue that I have, and it's been a lingering concern since we've been talking about this change in the way we're going to do the CIP, and that there are a number of projects in here, for example, wetland restorations, which I envision as being a piece of a much larger strategic effort. And in a number of the cases that are here, I guess the question would be will that strategic effort be discussed and in place before this project happens? Because if that doesn't happen, then we're ending up with piecemeal projects that are being done not in context with the broader project that we're working on. So I guess really the ultimate question is will those strategic frameworks for example, how we're going to attack 6 Mile, will that plan be laid out at least in concept so that we can understand where the wetland restorations fit into that framework and make a decision as to whether or not it's the proper time to do it and whether it makes sense?
You always ask the difficult questions. No, I think that's exactly the plan. I think one of the constraints with the capital improvement plan, I don't know if Becky mentioned this, is we're sort of in this transition period between the old capital improvement plan and the way things were listed very explicitly and specifically and prescriptively over years, and trying to move towards something that, as you pointed out, is more strategic and requires a broader framework, and then for projects to plug in so that as opportunities come up or as we plan long-term what the projects might be, we can always measure them against sort of the landscape context. And I think some of your concerns are just an artifact of how the last plan was listed and the fact that we have to release a CIP. I think that, yes, the intent is that between now and at least budgeting this year, we will have made some significant headway on what a framework for implementation might look like, breaking 6 Mile out into its discrete management components while considering how those management units fit together. And then we can look at, some of these restoration projects, Turbid Lunston, Marsh Wasserman, some of the others, how they fit into that framework. We know that 6 Mile is a priority geography. We know that's a direction that we're going to in terms of project implementation. And these are the projects that were listed in 2007 that give us the authority under Bowser rules to order improvements. And so that's kind of why they're listed. But obviously we don't want to do projects in isolation because that's what we don't like about the last plan. So we've got a little bit of both in here, and hopefully as we move forward into the next comprehensive plan, a lot of that will move away towards larger strategic framework, and then projects that are identified on an opportunity basis are then listed on an annual cycle when we release this, and you will understand how they fit into the larger context. So the short answer is between now and September we hope to make significant headway, and I think Lars has an update with regards to planning position under the admin report. We've recently made a hiring decision. We're bringing somebody on that's, I think, going to be a great addition to the team and help us make meaningful progress between now and budget setting.
So I mean, I agree. I am on board with the two tracks that we're working under. It does complicate things, I think, especially when we're talking about some of the things that are responsive, because they may not fit into our schedule for something, and may require, at least in my mind, may push things to the fore, in that there are things that we maybe wouldn't have done that we would need to do if we're going to work on that particular project. And I understand that that's going to kind of be worked out as we move ahead on this, but as I understand it, for some of the things that are on here, there are some really major discussions and major things that have to be decided, and the time frame is quite short. And again, just using 6 Mile as an example, I have in my mind how I would attack 6 Mile, but other people are going to have different opinions about that, and so somehow we're going to have to come up with something between what staff recommends and the board comes in and discusses that. It comes up with that framework, and I'm a little bit concerned about that happening. So I just wanted to point out that concern and how it fits with the CIP. Mm-hmm. Because as I read it right now, I'm pretty concerned about that.
Okay.
And
I think
the cover memo does refer to that need. Also, the letter that goes out to the cities with the CIP will have some explanation in it as well. Manager Bliss?
I just have a question about, and it's really more formatting, because it's confusing to me, and so if it's confusing to me, it may be confusing when it goes out, which is because you have at the top 2015, but that's the year we're in, so I'm assuming those are all projects that we are already doing, and I'm assuming we've already levied for, and so perhaps they shouldn't be in this report that goes out, because kind of it's a done deal already. So yeah. I'm not sure that we want to ask for comments about stuff that's kind of out of the gate, right, so to speak. Sure. And so that's just a question. I guess we need to. Is that what we're doing?
I don't know that I feel that is what we're doing. I don't know that I feel strongly one way or the other about it, and I defer to the board's prerogative on that. In the past, we've listed all years since 2007. So this year we actually shortened it to here's the stuff that we're doing this year, because it does provide context for what we're currently doing, what we're currently building, and what our current priorities are versus where we're going. But yeah, those are projects that have been funded. It lists the funding sources and they're in various states of construction, so.
Yeah, yeah.
Were they confused in the past by the format?
I don't think we got any comments to that effect.
Okay.
but-
Overall, I really do like this format very much. I thought it was really easy to understand, and it would be helpful for cities to see how we are progressing as well. Manager Calkins.
I was going to say, I think the 2015 project should be in here. It just may mean that there needs to be a footnote that says what you basically just said. That clarifies that. But for the reasons that when I was talking about the building landscape project, it captures those things and it keeps them in people's eye. So I think that they should be here, but maybe they could be explained a little more.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I think that would be, just for clarification purposes, that we're not asking them to come back and say, no, don't do that project.
Yeah, that wouldn't be good.
Yeah.
That's a good idea. We'll be sure to add that.
I have forgotten whether I'd gotten a motion on this.
You did.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Smith, had you been wanting to weigh in on this? Okay. So we have a motion second. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you for your work.
Thank you. So we'll be back at the end of the month with edits.
Ms. Christopher, item 11.4, appointment of the Comprehensive Plan Advisory Committee members.
Thank you, Chair White, managers. Staff is requesting appointment of the committee members for both the Technical and Policy Advisory Committee for the Comprehensive Plan process. As part of the overall outreach plan for the Comprehensive Plan update, we had recommended that we utilize our existing CAC and then establish both a technical and policy maker group. Both the CAC and technical advisory committees are required under statute as part of the process. The policy maker group was something we chose to add to better engage that audience. As you'll recall, we solicited interest at the 3 kickoff meetings for the comp plan and through some follow-up email requests, and I was very pleased with the response. I think we got a good number of individuals that volunteered and also a fairly good representation across the district for both committees. And staff is recommending that all who volunteered be appointed, and that is a total of 20 members for the technical group and 13 for the policymaker group. As I said, I think they're fairly well represented across the district. And following appointment, my next step would be to coordinate then with those members and solidify schedules and get some meeting dates on the calendar. So with that, I'll take any questions.
Move approval.
Second. Motion and second. Are there any questions? Manager Calkins?
I think for the last plan, we had board members who were represented on these groups. Not so much to participate, but to listen, kind of as a liaison. Is that something that we should be doing this time as well?
Sure. Manager Calkins, managers, we have discussed having Chair White serve as the chair for the policymaker group, and she has offered to do that. It hasn't been discussed with respect to the technical advisory committee, and I would defer to the board on that, whether you'd like to have a representative for that group. Certainly welcome to.
There'll be room for staff.
I think it is more important for the policy group than it is for the technical group.
And I'll be certain to report back. Manager Blixt.
I don't know that we need to have a position there, but I think it would be great if you could send out the meeting notices so that if anybody wants to just kind of stop by and listen to the discussion, because I think, based on my look at the people who are being asked to serve, that will be a very, very engaged and active group. So I think it might be kind of interesting to just kind of hear what they have to say myself. Not that I feel like I want to drive all the way out here for it, but other people are nearby and they might want to, where will
Certainly.
the meetings will be here, do you think?
Sure, Manager Blix, I think most likely, I mean, I'll be seeking some feedback from the committees, but I think, we've got a fairly central location and a good meeting space, so I think that would be my suggestion. Another consideration for managers being able to attend, I think likely the technical group in particular is going to want to meet during the day
Right.
when you may be less available. The policymaker group even may choose to meet, first thing in the morning or in the afternoon, depending on their schedules, so that's to be determined.
Okay, any other comments or maybe vote? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you, Ms. Christopher.
Thank you.
Mr. Heyman and Mr. Whisker. Item 11.5, Resolution 50-045. There's a long title, so I'll let you say it.
Madam Chair, while we're waiting, could you
Yes.
just repeat who made the motion and seconded the last one?
Manager Miller and Manager Shackleton.
Thank you.
You're welcome. It's deja vu all over again.
Water world.
Good evening, Madam Chair, managers. I am in front of you this evening asking for authorization and approval this evening for Resolution 15-045, the authorization to execute the cooperative agreement with Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board and the City of Minneapolis for conceptual planning improvements for Hiawatha Golf Course, and the authorization to execute a contract with Wenck Associates for associated professional services. I wanted to bring up the image in front of you just as a reminder that nearly a year ago, the district experienced record flooding, or record precipitation and flooding, and had record flows throughout the watershed district. And as a result, Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board properties, including Meadowbrook Golf Course and Hiawatha Golf Course, experienced significant damage. In this particular instance, this is Hiawatha in front of you. It's been estimated about $1.49 million in damage that's been approved through FEMA, and that's for various, dead turf and drowned trees, greens, damaged cart paths, things of that nature. So, catalyzed by a previous golf study that the Park Board had done prior to any of this, and then the damages that occurred in 2014, the Park Board identified a need to conduct conceptual master planning for both Meadowbrook Golf Course and Hiawatha Golf Course. And this exploration includes looking at golf activities as well as non-golf uses and what may or may not be, what opportunities may or may not exist on each of the properties, as well as what is a revenue-generating source, and some of the other elements that would come into play, such as flood resiliency and natural resource restoration, things of that nature. On March 12th of this year, of 2015, the board authorized execution of a cooperative agreement with the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board to do this same planning for Meadowbrook Golf Course. So that one was a little bit ahead of this. There's similar tracks, but there's more partners for this particular cooperative agreement, so it's been a little bit behind. That process has gone really well. We've been working in collaboration with the Park Board, and we'll actually go to, there'll be a public meeting on Monday night related to the Meadowbrook Golf Course, and that includes elements, a variety of elements, so 3 concepts, moving things forward with natural resource restorations, without just moving ahead with FEMA funds, a variety of situations and how each partner would be involved. So in the interim, while that has been going on, we've been working on structuring a cooperative agreement for this particular course, and now have come to a framework with the City of Minneapolis and Park Board to do the planning framework for Hiawatha Golf Course. So the district is requesting to utilize the same consulting team that we have on Meadowbrook, which is Wenck Associates as our civil, Hart Howerton as our landscape architecture firm, and Interfluve as our stream restoration and stream ecologist. So based on past board discussion and direction, this evening we're looking for authorization to execute the cooperative agreement with the City of Minneapolis and Minneapolis Park and Rec Board, as well as to authorize the contract with Wenck Associates for an amount not to exceed $28,760.
Second.
Motion and second has been made. Is there any discussion or questions?
I just have one comment. Excuse me, Jim. You had your hand up first. It's absolutely amazing how fast this has come together. I mean, a year ago it was water over top their illegal levee that they put up, and you've got this level of cooperation and agreement, both the city and the park board, and I think it's real testimony and good work the staff has done to create this level of trust. And at public meetings, the citizens group seemed to be support the position that Emily Horner indicated in the poll, because every time the park board seemed like they were getting in trouble, they mentioned the watershed district, and things seemed to move along a little better. So I really think it's just great work you guys have done.
Thank you.
Manager Calkins?
I have a concern about FEMA maps, which is ongoing. Frustration maybe is a better word. And there's a statement made in here that some of the work that the district is doing is not intended to be used for reviewing FEMA maps. My question on that would be, why not?
Well, and I think that may be related to something that you've been working on. So.
Mr. Whisker?
Manager Calkins, managers, that's just a specific nuanced language request straight out of the Minneapolis Engineering Department, because they were just concerned that any work that we would do out here not be construed publicly in a public document to be revisiting flood mapping.
I guess where my concern lies is that if the watershed district is going to be spending money on that kind of thing, that it should have in its mind floodplain maps. And given that real flooding is better than any model, I think that it's important to keep that in mind. And so if the district is going to spend money on it, I think it should have that in its mind as it's doing that.
And I think that's the intent. We will be using the FEMA flood maps. We'll be using our own flood mapping for all variety of flooding situations. They just wanted to make it clear that this wasn't an exercise in remapping the 100-year floodplain for whatever that's worth.
I'm sorry. Thank you. Manager Shackleton?
I wasn't done. From their perspective, I just want to make sure that the watershed district's perspective is on the focus of floodplain maps and the district's role in that. The other point I wanted to make is that I think it's very important from the district's perspective, especially when we're dealing with flooding, which is the primary issue here. That number one, in these projects, the district keep its focus on flooding and water quality, and related to that, and this fits into it, that whatever the district can do to manage and reduce the discharge of water into Minnehaha Creek, anything the district can do to slow things down and infiltrate water, which we all know is an important goal for the district, should be, I think, the primary thing that the district is looking at in these partnerships, in both of these cases. And so I think keeping the eye on that volume ball is really important. And I'm not saying that that's not happening. I just think that I want to reiterate that from my perspective, that's the most important thing that the district needs to focus on. Thanks.
Manager Shackleton?
I'd like to just comment on a couple of those points because I know that they've been brought up in this, and I'll start with the FEMA maps because the discussions between the three units of government have all focused on the short-term response to how we handle the moving water and the dirt, recognizing that there's the bigger picture of what actually happened and what lessons can we learn. And the intention is not to redraw the maps through this process, in part because that analysis is either in process or has been done to a certain extent. And the conversations with Minneapolis link back to what you talk about in terms of slowing down water, having infiltration, and we'll get there with this process. And you're right on the ball, and I think there will be complete agreement amongst all 7 of us, myself without a doubt. And I guess I'm just trying to offer some assurance that what the issues you've raised have been discussed amongst the staff, both internally but within 3 different units of government.
Manager Miller?
I have the same concern Jim does. He was flooded, not in his home, but your property was flooded, so was mine. And this, I think that's been the primary focus of our interest, is to make sure we increase the capacity of these assets to hold water and absorb it. At the same time, reducing flooding any way that we can. But I'm not interested in just creating a recreational opportunity, but addressing the flooding issue and the storage capacity issue.
And we've been clear in every discussion, both publicly and privately, that if we are to play a funding role, it is for water issues, not for building trails, which we're supportive of if they're being funded by somebody else. We're not here to dictate what the uses, what future uses of the golf courses will be. That's the park board's role. Our role is to focus on water, how it moves, and what it does. And as we look at these 2 little pockets, we had flooding much beyond this. And so as we're doing flood analyses and comparing them to FEMA maps, we're not just looking at these two elements, but clearly these 2 elements have a much larger role and bigger whole. And so we're not going to, ignore this process while we're doing this. And the FEMA money is to be used for a very specific purpose, as outlined by the feds, and we're not a recipient of that funds.
He's talking about the FEMA maps.
Sure, he's talking about FEMA maps, but he was also saying that we. Sure.
I want to take people in order. Did you have your hand up, Manager Olson?
No.
Manager Calkins?
If you want to get into a discussion about what FEMA should and should not pay for, I could have a long discussion about that. But I'm not. That's not our issue. I guess again, to me, this is a strategic issue. In that we have flooding throughout the corridors, Minnehaha Creek and above the headwaters, and the district needs to have that strategic plan for how it's all going to work. And to be honest, if I lived downstream from Lake Hiawatha, I'm glad the water's there, as it is in that picture. But that's not very strategic. So just how this all fits together is where my concern lies as far as being strategic. And I've said this before, so it's not new. I don't see the district having that strategic vision for dealing with volume throughout the district. We don't have it. And now we're faced with a crisis, if you want to call it that. Maybe the crisis isn't even the right word. There's much bigger crises across the country with flooding than we ever will have to deal with, I'm sure.
This is an opportunity.
Well, it is an opportunity, but it also, when you look at the reality, if you look at the report that we got from the monitoring department, look at flooding. Yes, this year was a serious issue, and it was in the very short period of time that we've been keeping records, it was the worst. But if you look at that data, the district experiences water levels and discharge rates and flows that are much higher than the average about every 5 to 6 years. And not that much farther below what we had this year in at least 2 of the cases since 1997. So the issue is this is going to happen again. And we're going to spend a bunch of money, it looks like, on repairs of stream channels and all the rest of that stuff. But yet we don't have a plan to prevent that from happening again in 5 or 6 years, or maybe next year, because there were at least 2 years since '97 where there were 2 years in a row. So that's why it is so important for me that the district has this strategic perspective on this issue, and that we don't deal with it as a crisis situation. We have to have that longer term perspective.
Before I recognize you, Manager Shackleton, I was looking at the separate goals set up for the 3 parties to the agreement, and the goals for the district are at the top of page 3 of the MOU. Do you disagree with those goals?
To be honest, I don't really know that the district is going to achieve a lot from a strategic perspective as far as water quantity and quality from work in this area. Does that mean that it's not a project the district shouldn't participate in? No, I'm not convinced of that, but I'm not sure that those goals are, they might be overstated a bit. And I shouldn't even say that because they're goals. It's not saying that that's what we're going to achieve, and that's why this is an agreement where we're all sitting down to come up with the best answers to the question, and whatever the district can get out of that fits into the district's mission and the district's goals is a wonderful thing. So it would be wrong to say that they're overstated, their goals. I'm just not sure in the big picture how much of an effect they will have from the district's perspective. And maybe I could be convinced differently. That's just my perspective of it right now.
Thank you, Manager Shelton.
There's a pipe that starts up north of Lake Street and goes straight south and provides a catchment of 2 to 3 blocks either side until it hits about 38. Then it broadens out and it dead ends into Lake Hiawatha in a culvert that you might have to bend over a little bit to walk into. And it's about 15 feet wide. This MOU begins the process of putting a wide interceptor in it and running water through the golf course through filtration efforts, some sort of filtration infrastructure to both slow the rate of flow and to provide filtration prior to water being discharged directly into the lake. The existing outflow would be the flood, when there's a high rain event, would be the diversion as opposed to the natural flow of water. That will have a marked effect on water quality in the lake. Maybe not as much as, it'll push the dial more than any kind of, more than many other things we can do around that. So you beg the question of how something could actually make an effect down here, and that's one way.
I didn't say it wouldn't have an effect. The question is how much of an effect relative to other things that the district might do. They also talk about taking that pipe because it can't handle the flow of water and putting it into an open ditch to move the water along, I shouldn't say ditch, channel, to move the water along faster. That may be the answer, I don't know. But then the next question is how are you going to deal with that and mitigate those flows then farther downstream? And I don't know the answer to that. It will come out of this discussion. Those are the kinds of things that will come out of the discussion. Because none of that information is new information. I'm aware of all that. But again, I do not have an understanding of what those benefits would be compared to other things that might be done upstream. I just don't know. And for that reason, I am perfectly open to having these discussions and seeing what comes out of it. That to me is the benefit of having this kind of meeting.
Manager Blix, I have a comment, and we'll see if we're ready to vote.
Well, I was just, thinking about that we do have some other flood storage areas along the creek corridor that perhaps we should consider a parallel process separate from this, but one that's more for us to kind of look at the entire corridor and look at where our areas are. And I'm thinking about the Target parking lot. That's another flood storage area for us, and the at Methodist Hospital under that building on stilts. What's it called?
Building on stilts.
Yeah, the building on
Stilt
stilts.
building.
You guys all
Building by
stilt building.
Louisiana.
You guys all know
Yeah.
which one I'm talking. Maybe that's another flooding area that it's all within places within the floodplain where when we have incidents like this, that the water just seeps into those areas, and that maybe we need to have a parallel look at looking at all of the areas and just kind of defining really what we can do to mitigate potential damage, because we certainly don't want what's happening with our rainfall events where they're coming down bigger and faster, and that it is likely that it may not happen 5 years now, but that it may happen next year. So maybe we need to have a separate project or process that kind of identifies what we're going to do to deal with this potential issue throughout the watershed.
Well, we certainly all recognize thank you, Manager Brooks, the flooding is a problem, and that's, but just a reminder that what we have in front of us is an ask to approve a memorandum of understanding to discuss the problem, see what some of the solutions might be, and a $28,000 contract with the engineers. That's all we have in front of us today. And I think that it's also important to remember that this did not come from staff or from a work plan, it came from the board, and staff went out and did extra work above and beyond last year, and this was part of what they did above and beyond because of high water. So this is not, the staff is bringing us what we asked for, and keep that's the context of it. Are we ready to vote?
Sure.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, just to
Mr.
clarify,
Smith.
this is also to place on the agenda for the next consent agenda?
No, this has a number assigned to it, so was this for tonight's action?
Correct, this was for action this evening.
Yeah. Thank you for clarifying that for us. The next item here, Mr. Whisker, the Minnehaha Creek Greenway update.
This was a question asked last night at the CAC.
Was it?
Yeah, it would
Timely.
be. It was like one day premature.
Okay. Okay, so Madam Chair, managers, tonight what I want to do is provide hopefully what is going to be a brief update on the Watershed District's efforts to partner with the Japs Olson Company, located in sort of a focal area along the Minnehaha Creek Greenway. And I'm going to mirror this update after one that was provided to the Project and Planning, or the Policy and Planning Committee in April, where the support for sort of the general direction and the spirit of the partnership was reaffirmed by committee. And before I get into the details of current status, I'm going to provide a little bit of context. So in 2013, the Watershed District approached Japs Olson primarily because we recognized that business was bordered on 3 sides by watershed district interests. To the west, there's the Powell Road pipe diversion that's going to be running 216 acres of water in the cold storage. To the north was a section of Minnehaha Creek that could be ultimately connected to the Cedar Regional Trail and expanded and enhanced. And then to the east of the Appliance Mart property, which was also owned by Japs Olson, was the Watershed District's Reach 20 Remeander Trail Project and Stormwater Project. So we approached Japs Olson in 2013, and following a board discussion, we discussed acquiring this piece of property, right here, 7630 Excelsior Boulevard. And the board had discussed potentially acquiring that piece of property and trading it against a piece of property that was on the east side of Appliance Mart outside of what would be a parking footprint. So Japs Olson's expansion plan is essentially to expand its business west, its building, and replace the parking in the area that's yellow to the east. We, as staff, spent some time negotiating the acquisition of that property and discussing with the property owner the value of that property, and eventually reached a point where between Japs Olson and the seller that it made much more sense for Japs Olson to directly enter the purchase agreement with that property owner, recognizing that to facilitate Japs' expansion, they themselves needed to deal with the stormwater issue, and saw some strategic value in our pipeline project. And so in February of 2014, after Japs had entered this purchase agreement with Optimistic, that's the 7630 property, we came to the board, and the board authorized a letter of understanding between the Watershed District and Japs Olson, and also a contract with WANC to do some feasibility and technical analysis to facilitate some of the land planning. And the main elements of that feasibility study were that Japs Olson and the Watershed District would collaborate through the city's process to optimize parking in an effort to convey as much land that wasn't parking back to the district as possible for addition to the greenway. Reclaim flood space, restore wetland, treat stormwater, but convert what is now fill and urban land back to the greenway. And that also the partnership would explore the ability to enable Japs Olson to utilize the Watershed District's investment in a regional facility for at least a portion of its stormwater. And so we moved from trading property to trading the sort of real value of stormwater for Japs Olson's expansion. And through our analysis, sort of where we started, we tried to start by walking through answering a series of threshold questions, so that we had a base understanding of what Japs would have to do if the partnership dissolved and they were to work on their own. So we first looked with their engineers and talking to the city about when they expand, how could they treat all of the stormwater on their own? And essentially, they would have to, since they don't want to store stormwater underneath the building, and the green roof wouldn't necessarily be that functional on such a large scale and what's going on in this area, they looked at piping the water around their building to the land that they did have available and constructing an infiltration basin. You get something large in terms of massing, it'd be fairly geometric, and then the parking lot would treat its own runoff. One of the constraints associated with this regulatory solution, or a solution that would have Japs Olson working on its own, is to get the water from the west side of the building to the east side of the building that actually have to install a lift station because the pipe grades in this area are so flat. So it becomes a real challenge for them for their 32-acre plus expansion to actually really meet all of the stormwater without use of lift stations. And we've run into that elsewhere in the area. I mean, that's something that Knollwood is actually contemplating and they would have to do. And obviously, that's an infrastructure-heavy approach. It would include the pumps. There's an operation and maintenance cost associated with that, and some kind of liability, because the first time the pumps are probably going to fail is when they're under stress, when there's a lot of rain, and when you really need them. And so, at this point, the project slowed down for a little bit so Japs Olson could continue working with the city and the district to get some certainty on parking counts. There's a lot of anxiety on behalf of the owner regarding how much parking would be required. They're expanding production warehouse or production facility, warehouse, and office in a variety of different configurations to the west. And so they were discussing with the city how many parking spaces they need to have and maybe seeking parking variances to squeeze down. In addition, the other big issue was the fact that the property that they'd secured the purchase agreement for and wanted to expand into is bisected by the St. Louis Park Hopkins municipal boundary. And so we also started discussions with both cities and Japs Olson about starting the annexation process to move that piece of property into St. Louis Park to be traded with these two pieces of properties that would then move into Hopkins. Both cities right now have agreed on that process and have drafted language, and that'll be advanced through public comment period, public hearing, and then to administrative law judge and whatever the annexation procedures are. And in terms of parking, we got more certainty on what the parking counts would be. And so we revisited the stormwater solution, and this isn't our stormwater graphic. This was provided by their engineers when they were looking at tinkering with stormwater design. The parking shrunk down based on shift counts. They operate all 24 hours a day, 3 8-hour shifts. There's a little bit of overlap for 15 minutes between the shifts, but based on their counts historically, the city felt comfortable drastically shrinking parking down. In addition, they've allowed Japs to pursue proof of parking, so there'll be an area that will not be paved, and it'll only be paved if parking is needed in the future. And this is what Japs Olson brought to the city, and then the city said, we'd actually like you to block this area off for further proof of parking, because Hennepin County at some point in the future is going to be reconstructing Excelsior Boulevard, and it's probably in your best interest to wait and have a discussion with them about what kind of land they might need for a reconfigured Excelsior. So at that point, we were able to take this parking layout and revisit the stormwater. And again, what we started with is what Japs Olson would have to do, or what they would be willing to do that would meet the rules, and while facilitating their expansion. And this again relies on the lift station, pumps water around the building to a series of filtration, infiltration basins that manage all of the water from the site. Again, this parking field, the one that we just looked at, would have islands, kind of like this Minnetonka City Hall, that would treat all the water from the parking lot. So that's the area that would be needed for the facility to the west. Once we had sort of the known solution that might be permittable if Japs Olson worked on their own, we met with Japs Olson Company and the City of St. Louis Park to revisit a partnership that would allow us to do something a little bit better than what's shown here. And the basic concept is to have Japs Olson convey all of the land that is not the parking lot or not proof of parking, the area that's mapped for stormwater facility, to the district, essentially free of cost. That's about 4 acres of land. And then provide a financial contribution towards the restoration that is in an amount equivalent to what they would otherwise have to pay to deliver this project on their own. And so they're essentially willing to turn over the land and the money to deliver this project to the district so that we can design something that's more creative while meeting sort of the base requirements and spirit of the rule. And what obviously that gives to the district is control over the land and the design. It allows us to change the treatment facility from something that you see here that's got some, sort of steep gradings and relatively engineered, to something that's more wetland restoration in character, providing some wetland function and value. It's going to increase flood storage and our ability to manage flood water and the rate of water being delivered to this area. It allows us some aesthetic control over how this project is designed, since it's in very close proximity to the Reach 20 project. We'll be able to get some more habitat structure and probably stronger diversity of plantings out there. We're also able to pick up 4 acres more of stormwater treatment that Japs Olson's not required to do. That's city road runoff and adjoining property runoff that we can route in here. And then, if this is something that we're interested in long term, or the city wants to pursue with us, it would preserve our ability in the future to route trails south, providing another point of public access to the corridor off of an improved Excelsior Boulevard.
Sure.
So the basic premise is we started looking at buying a piece of property and trading against another piece of property, and we're at a point now where we could potentially see the property conveyed to the district for free, along with financial contribution towards the restoration. And the next steps essentially is that Japs Olson has to appear before Planning Commission in May. It's May 20th, and then City Council on June 20th, and they've bifurcated their project into a conditional use permit for this parking lot and then the permit and approvals for the expansion. And the conditional use permit, the structure that we've talked about with the city, if this is the direction we still want to go, would be to approve the conditional use permit with the condition that St. Louis Park, the Watershed District, and Japs Olson enter a three-way agreement that delineates the roles, responsibilities, and financing arrangement to deliver this kind of project. And essentially, the roles would be that Japs has to attain city approval. The city and the Watershed District determine that the stormwater solution works, which has already been done. And then that through construction, Japs Olson will construct their parking lot with borrow excavation material from the areas that have been delineated for stormwater. So they will excavate that area out for us, which is important because we don't know the character of this fill, and we know that this is a registered site in the VIC program. And then we would come in after the land is left in finished grade and do the wetland grading, import clean material, and the vegetation. And again, their costs would be capped at the cost to deliver the project plus life cycle operation and maintenance cost. And then we break out what work they do and what work we do, and figure out the financing arrangement within that cap. So there's some work left to be done in terms of the agreement structure. The city and Japs Olson have asked the district to take the lead on framing that. And Mr. Holtman over at Smith Partners is working on that. We're providing a term sheet to both Japs Olson and the city for review, and that sort of brings us up to speed.
Thank you, Manager Blixt.
At one point, I remember some discussion about on the north side of the building that you wanted to try and capture some additional footage there for some of our work. Has that been discussed at all? What
Yes.
happened to that?
You've got a great memory.
Sorry.
No, yeah. Part of the original letter of understanding also contemplated a relocation of the north section of Powell Road south within the 15-foot setbacks of the north side of the building, which would give us about 75 feet of additional greenway. And that's something that Japs Olson is still willing to do and could be factored in to the cooperative agreement to preserve our right to pursue that in the future. We have, as part of this analysis, looked at that, and there's utility complications. Reconstructing or relocating a road is expensive on its own, but there's utility complications. And the other issue in this area is the reason this site is registered in the VIC program to begin with is on the north side of the creek is the old Schloff chemical site that had a TCE groundwater release, and that plume moved through this site and in this general direction here. And so there's some environmental issues, utility issues, and just the basic cost. And given all of our mixed priorities and how that might complicated this transaction structure, we had talked to the city and Japs Olson about leaving that on the table but not pursuing it on the same schedule as this development. Also, when you look at what it gets us in terms of trail corridor from Meadowbrook to Cedar Regional, you still do have the footage to run the trail through there. It might be a different experience, and the real pinch point is with this piece of property here as you go underneath, it's just off the screen, as you go underneath the bridge.
The culvert?
Yeah, right here. And so if you're talking about priorities of where we want to spend effort to maximize that connection, we've talked to the city about how to best approach this particular issue.
Manager Miller?
Does the reclamation and expansion of the Weiss wetland, does that provide further flood storage capacity for the creek?
It will. I mean, this old area, if you look at the historic aerials that we've looked at a number of times, is all fill. If you come around that section, the Reach 20 Trail, and you look at the parking lot, it's curb sections and road pieces. That's what the fill is. So it'll provide extra flood storage. And to sort of revisit the past flood question, I think if you look strategically at the floodplain, not all areas of the floodplain are created equally, and mitigation here doesn't necessarily have an equal one-to-one effect down to Hiawatha, because the pinch point for this area is Excelsior. This area acts as a basin. And so when you look strategically at floodplain management, you have to look at basically from Knollwood down to here, is Excelsior is the choke point, and what are the hydraulics, and how flood management in here might benefit surrounding community, the surrounding community, and areas that are flooding. It might not provide that same relief downstream. And so I think when we do look at floodplain management strategically, you're going to want to look at which structures are flooding, who's actually getting the damage, because maybe the park boards maintain this, the golf courses are meant to flood. They're there to provide that service as well as a recreational feature for golf. But we want to look at which structures are flooding, and then how do you provide relief to those structures that are flooding. And that might not be accomplished in this location or Hiawatha or somewhere else. You have to look at things more localized a little bit.
I'm a little confused by that. If the pinch point is in Excelsior, then it's pinching the water, pushing the water back. So if we increase the capacity here,
yes,
the pinch point is reduced somewhat.
Yeah, it'll provide some additional storage, but with this general area, I mean, just sort of macroscopically acts like a basin. So you mainly, through flood mitigation in this area, alleviate the flood profile most noticeably within that specific location, not miles downstream.
Manager Olson.
When they put the parking lot in, does the Meadowbrook Road go away? Is that going to be just all their land?
No.
So they are going to keep the road open?
Correct.
And have all their employees cross the road?
Yep, so part of the plan will require, is required the parking entrances and sidewalks, and there's a bunch of improvements associated with that to provide mid-block safe passage.
Wow. Interesting.
This is an enormous project. They used to be in my old ward when I was in the city council, up on the river in the old Gedney pickle factory, right on Lowry Avenue in the river. And so I've known Bob Murphy, who runs the company related to the original owners. And the company now has like 1,000 employees, some number like that.
I think they're in the ballpark about 550, 600, and this expansion is looking to add 150 new.
It's a totally automated, continuous printing operation that goes from rolls of paper to mailed envelopes, and it's just phenomenal. So they're anxious to stay there and work with us. And I think James, because I worked with Bob Murphy in the past, and he's first a businessman and then an environmentalist, and he's not confused by the roles. So James's work with him was outstanding, because he got his trust and then solved problems for him, and got the city to approach the issue more cooperative than a regulatory zoning issue, and then literally get involved in the annexation issue at the same time. There's a lot of moving parts, and I think it's really a testimony to the quality of staff we've got to be able to take on a project of this magnitude and with this complexity.
Manager Olson?
Real quick question on that trading of land between the two cities. Why is that important for the cities to do that?
Well, the city of Hopkins, from what I understand, has some policies on the books that make cross-boundary development and expansion very difficult. And so I think the initial proposal that was made was for joint powers agreement to share planning and zoning and share authorities on to facilitate the expansion without relocating the municipal boundary. But that's Hopkins and St. Louis Park's purview. What they ended up ultimately negotiating is for the trading of properties. And I think just long term, from a development perspective and land use authority perspective, the city of Hopkins saw value in these two properties being brought into Hopkins, because this property, this property, this property, and now this property are all owned by the same owner. And so, it's within proximity to the light rail and the Blake Station, and just blocking that off and bringing it all into one city for future redevelopment, I think, was a primary interest.
Thank you. Any other questions? Manager Calkins.
Not really a question, it's just that I think that this area, especially the area we're looking at on the screen, is probably one of the most exciting things and has the potential to continue to be one of the most exciting things that the district has done. And it's just been really wonderful to watch the pieces come together and watch them continue to come together. And I just hope that we can continue to expand that upstream as well as downstream, because I think that these are some really complicated, difficult things, and it's one of those things where people would tend to throw their arms up in the air and say, well, we can't do it because of this barrier or whatever. And I think this whole area has been a great example of finding ways to make it happen instead of letting barriers get in the way and stopping things from happening. And that's really a wonderful thing, and reflects very well on the district and district staff. So it's just a great thing.
After all the accolades, hopefully the wheels don't fall off the bus.
So you said
not done.
I'm sorry, a couple of times, if this is still how the board wants to go, and I think this is how the board still wants to go, and recognizing, as Manager Calkins said, that things change and you adapt and you rejigger it and keep moving forward.
Well, just to make it perfectly clear, because there's going to be a big investment made here, I'll move that we accept the report from the staff and authorize to continue work on the project.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you very much.
Thanks.
We'll cross our fingers for you that you continue.
Yeah, what's on tape now? So.
Mr. Erdahl, Administrator's Report.
I'll do a couple quick things, and then also Michael Heyman's going to show some updates kind of actually in the same project zone we were just talking about, basically, with some photos to show some of the updates of some of the projects.
Okay.
I'll give a quick update on a couple of Christmas Lake things first. Our staff met with DNR, City of Shorewood staff, and Christmas Lake Homeowners Association last week to follow up on the zebra mussel issue there. And basically the outcome of that meeting was, although 100% decontamination is not likely to be approved by the DNR, they are looking at the potential to consider enhanced inspection processes in order to reduce the variables in terms of a study that will be done going forward. Level 1 inspections are taking place now, and the hope is to have some level 2 inspections and some people staff trained to do those in the near future. Also, MCD, our staff, put together a 5-year plan to study the impact of the treatment of zebra mussels on that lake. And next week, we'll have a day when we have teams of divers and snorkelers in there covering the entire shoreline of Christmas Lake, going from the shore out to 6 feet in depth, and doing kind of a whole lake assessment. So we'll do kind of repeats. This is the first step of the 5-year study that we're going to be going through. It will take a 5-year period before the DNR would classify the lake as being zebra mussel free and no longer contaminated. A quick thing on the project and planning staff. They did hire just this past week a new planner project manager. Her name is Anna Brown, and she's currently finishing her dual master's degree in water resource management and urban and regional planning at the University of Wisconsin in Madison. She's also worked for the city of Fitchburg's planning and zoning office, and she'll be starting here on the 22nd of June, and her focus primarily will be the 6 Mile Creek subwatershed.
Excuse me, did you say Vicksburg or Pittsburgh?
Fitchburg with a
Fitch?
F-I-T-C-H. Yeah, so I'm not sure exactly even where the city of Fitchburg is, but
It's a Madison.
Somewhere in Wisconsin.
A Madison suburb.
A suburb of a suburb of a suburb of Madison.
I see.
And then just a couple quick things is the Minnehaha Creek Cleanup Day on July 22nd, Sunday, July 22nd. We already have 168 folks registered for that, so that's the highest registration we've ever had this far in advance. So we're looking forward to a great event there. And then Mike was going to show some updates on a couple different project sites also along that creek in Hopkins and St. Louis Park.
Thank you.
Yep.
It's July 26th.
26th. What did I say? Yes. I was looking at the one above me. Yes, it's July 26th. Thank you.
Chair White, managers, I just wanted to give a couple of brief project updates. The first one on behalf of Renee Clark, who couldn't be here this evening, but is the project manager for the Cottageville restoration, which, if you haven't been to the area, is well underway. And so currently, what we're showing with it, she put together a couple of brief slides that I could show you all. And what's taken place thus far is the outflow structure along the creek bank, as well as the channel, and then the giant underground chamber and vaults. That entire system is now in place and has actually been it's in the process of being restored. So that takes approximately 20 plus acres. The arrows are showing from the areas that it's coming in. So Blake Road is currently down to, I think, 3-lane as they're finishing some of the curb and gutter and road replacement this week. So to give you an idea of what that looked like as it was torn up, the park in its entirety was basically excavated. And in the upper left picture is the middle main chamber that you see a picture to the right, which is filled with sand and iron filings. So it's a sand iron filtration system. The galleries all come into that pipe, and then it flows through out into a rocked pipe, and then the big concrete vault that you see there is creekside, is what then discharges to the stream system after treatment. So just a couple more images of what it looks like as they're out there working, to give you a perspective as to the size of this underground gallery and what will be in place. This is where it's coined the Great Lawn. So above it will just be a giant park area that will all be for recreational use. So here's what the outfall near the creek looks like. So it's a big head wall that allows then, and I don't know. Yeah, so a big head wall that flows into the creek after being treated, and they're doing some of the work on it to give it more of an aesthetically pleasing look. And it's all before and after. It's all done in the same vein as what we've done in other areas along Minnehaha Creek and down near the falls. So both at Reach 20 in that area and downstream with the limestone. There'll be seating areas, and all of it will be tied in well with the stream system and creek there. This was an interesting element because, as you may recall, the oak tree that you see there on the right, the sacred oak, that the Met Council had to do some significant work to get their force main through there without damaging that tree. And once we got in the field with ours, we realized we also needed to move our facility or our outfall over to make sure that we didn't impact the roots under that tree either. So it's been fun watching the work in this area all kind of move and evolve around that restoration area. I believe that's the end of there. And then approximately, maybe it's about 3 weeks ago, we gave a brief update on the Reach 20 project, and that has since, as of Tuesday, completed asphalt or bituminous trail installation. So you may recall in 2012 walking this, a lot of you, where it was just this thick buckthorn. And this is actually, I'm standing on the sidewalk at Louisiana looking into towards the stream restoration. So this is less than 12 hours after it had been laid, so obviously you can see there's a lot of they're going to be doing a lot of topsoil dressing and seeding and work, but coming through and just showing some of the proximity and how well that ribbon kind of fits through the restored channel that's there on the left, with the new limestone shoulder that goes, and up on the hillside here there's actually a concrete pad that's been poured that's where one of the 4 benches that Rotary has provided. This gives you a look of what that view shed is. So it's over you kind of see the entire eastern portion of the stream restoration from there. And then this is this was the spoils bank, so a lot of the trail and boardwalk areas all fit on where they had ditched the stream, To the left of the trail here is the new stormwater basin that accepts 7 acres of drainage from the apartment complex, and to the right is the stream that we were unable to restore. We just didn't have the room, but we're able to do some stream bank restoration. Couldn't do, I should say, we couldn't do new sinuous channel, but did some restoration. And then with the project moving as it did, the city in kind of a last minute decided they really saw the success of where this was going and wanted to attach it or connect it directly into their MSC. So this is their new curb cut and spur that brings them right onto the trail system. And I've heard from all the city staff here that during lunch hour the trail system is just packed with folks. So that's the update where Reach 20 is at. This was just kind of a final picture from out on the boardwalk this past week. So if you haven't been out, I highly suggest.
You stood on the railing?
I was standing on the railing, yes.
Do we have a date for the ribbon cutting yet?
We do not have a date. It will be mid-June. We have the artwork in proofing with the fabricator for the signs. The moment the proofs are approved, they can give us a date certain as to when the signs will arrive, and at that point we can set that date. So.
I was out there the other day at lunchtime. I walked into 21 people walking along there, and there was a whole bunch of people from the apartment building or the townhouses.
Mm-hmm.
And Brian, isn't the swells that live in those apartments? I mean, they were I don't know what immigrant.
A whole bunch of them.
But I mean, I don't know what nationality they were, but they weren't speaking English. But they were having a good time walking with their kids and stuff.
Sounds like you were actually counting people if you said
I was.
21.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Quick question. What is this material, that mesh?
So it's a vinyl coated steel. So yep. So it's coated with the black rather than if you recall at Methodist, it's the galvanized steel, so you can really see it. And here it kind of fades into the view shed when you're looking down the boardwalk. So.
I have a question too, Michael, in terms of last year we had damage because of flooding now, and are we going to be at risk now because of drought to our plantings?
Well, that's a great question. We won't be at risk for drought unless we run out of all water source out here. So under the contract, they are still required to. A lot of the plantings that we lost were considered act of God under the contract. And so we went through a process of replacing most of those last fall. We actually have a vegetation walkthrough next Tuesday to address some other elements. But the veg contractor is required to water and maintain for a period of 3 years from installation. So anything we replaced last fall, we have a new period. So we're hoping that we can just get a really average year out here, give everything a good year to establish, and we should be looking good. And if you do have a chance to get out here, all the tamarack and aspen that were planted last fall and all the live stakes actually that were planted throughout the restored stream bank are all they're growing like crazy this fall. This spring. It's been a really good few weeks. So.
Good. Such a good project.
Thanks, Mike.
Anything else, Mr. Rudolph?
Nope, that's it.
I might mention that I have invitations here to the MOD summer tour for some of the managers, and I should probably make sure that if we have extras in the office for Manager Robbins. Then at this point, we will take a brief recess, just a few minutes, and then go into closed session. Mr.
Madam
Smith.
Chair, if I could request a motion of the board authorizing us to go into closed session for the purpose of receiving confidential legal advice concerning the claim of a former employee.
So moved. Second.
Are we going to meet in here or
Motion
there?
second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
We'll go to the Arrowhead room. Is that right? I think so. And then at the conclusion of the closed session, we'll come back here, reopen and adjourn. Bill, is your bill?
Thank you.
Oh. It didn't come to, it's weird that it didn't come to our house.
Well, maybe it did, but it's not here.
Oh, so maybe mine is at my house.
Could be.
Oh, Maud.
Didn't I say that?
You did.
Okay. Dilute.
26 years I worked up there.
Really?
Yep.
You weren't living there? Or you were living there?
Living here, commuting up there every week.
All right. Keep these here. So you know every mile of the freeway.
Every single one. I know where all the beaver lodges are, even all of that.
is that thing blinking on the desk?
It's recording as a backup because they were having a problem with the audio last time.
Oh, I see.
Louis, is it appropriate, do I have to close the closed session? Or
Just acknowledge on the record, we're back in open session.
We're back in open session. There's no other business before the board. We are adjourned. Kurt, I put this in my envelope. Your access to the building.
Okay, thank you.
Dick, can I give your mod summer tour invitation to Kurt? Do you want this?
And also, these are the two resolutions that were voted on this evening.
Thanks, Brian.
Thank you.
May 14.
Good night. We'll see you.
Yeah.
Kurt, I'm going to miss you tomorrow.
Did you already get the signature of the minutes from April 9th? Did you already get that signed?
I thought that's what Michael did with you this afternoon, did he?
Because I have it right here also, so I didn't know if that was something already done or not.
Well, let's go ahead and do it.
Okay. Okay.
And that way.
Yeah. But then it won't be in the
It's
file. So
covered either way.
okay.
I think that, do you remember signing something this afternoon? at our
Actually, I think
office?
this is the folder right here, right?
Yeah, this is it.
Find the same thing. Yeah.
So what do I do? Just sign
Yeah.
this guy?
Yeah.
Either one. And is that for you?
Huh?
Is that for you?
They go back to my office manager, so I'll take it. And then.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yep. Been good giving you the business, yeah.
A check that I signed was, they put it in one of these great big mock-up checks, and it's big pictures on the front page of paper.
Yeah.
And my signature was there, and I thought, I remember how when Jeff Gustavo was secretary, he was really worried about signatures being copied, and I thought,
Yeah.
wow, they'll copy my signature on that check.
When I was a kid, my dad had a thing when he was in political office that he always signed all his letters, and he did that. But I remember for a while he had one of those rubber stamps that had his signature on it, and we never used it for anything bad, like notes to school and stuff. We always joked about using it for, to get excused absences or something like that from school. We thought that would be awesome to have your dad's signature on a rubber stamp.
Yeah, I love it.
That was way before the days of scanning and all those types of things.
Yeah, I graduated from Hopkins High School, and there was a principal, his name was D.R. Coppins, and he had a rubber stamp.
Yeah.
But I could write a rubber stamp perfect. It always got by my teachers anyway.